Ladies, gentlemen, Speakerhead Squad, what is going on? It is your boy Speakerhead, and welcome back to another stream, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day, night, evening, whatever time period it is, wherever you're at, but welcome to the stream. Today, as you saw by the title, we're going to be finishing up or doing a majority of the interior of the new mega base. The reason why I say a majority is because usually I end up adding stuff kind of last second, like right before. Like I'm always kind of like doing stuff like here and there whenever I feel like it, but we're gonna try to get all of the main stuff put into the structure, and we're going to essentially try to get it all ready to go, and then anything else it'll be just kind of random decorations stuff that I feel like adding. But we're gonna do this too, just to make sure this isn't too loud. We'll do like this volume so it's not super loud. Also, we're gonna do this today, chat, because I haven't done it, I feel like, in a few streams. Figure check. We're gonna look at these very fast. So what we got on the desk today, chat, from I guess like left to right, right to left, I don't know, we're going here to there. Point is, we got our Ultra Instinct, or I'm sorry, we got our Super Saiyan Blue Goku ready to do Kamehameha. We got it's a Dragon Ball kind of day, chat, and I'll explain why in a sec. Next we got, we got Lord Frieza in his signature pose, or iconic pose. And then we got this, chat, which is one I just got. I don't buy figures too often. Actually, funny enough, that Frieza is the most recent figure I bought, and that was like months ago. But I recently just got this guy. I just ended up picking up the SH Figuarts Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Got him in his Gallic Gun pose. I guess technically with the stand it's more like this. But yeah, saw this guy at Target. I'm like, love Vegeta. He's my boy. My main two favorites. Obviously you gotta love like Goku, but definitely my favorite characters in Dragon Ball are Vegeta and Piccolo. So I'm trying to get every single variant of Goku, but now I'm also trying to get every single variant of Vegeta. So we got, like so I already have regular Super Saiyan Vegeta, and then I also have Super Saiyan God Vegeta. But now we got Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. I need to get Ego now Super Saiyan 3 since it's canon, kind of, but either way I'm gonna get that Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. And then I also need to get like the buff variant, I guess. I don't know. Super Saiyan 2 is always a weird one. I'll get the like buff variant of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta just because it's different, but like in terms of like figure wise, because like the main difference in like the anime and like manga is like it's just a different aura essentially. Maybe like I don't think there's really any difference with the hair. So it's just like it's very hard to be like this one's Super Saiyan 1 and 2 in terms of like figures, unless I literally have like one of the little background things with like the lightning and stuff. What's next after this project, the Leaning Tower of Palpagos? I don't know yet. I'm kind of thinking about it. I got other stuff that I'm working on. Also, welcome both Garth and Nightmare. I didn't really say that yet. I just got into things right away. But yeah, I'm not totally sure yet. I'm just redoing these because these are ones I definitely know I want to build, because they're just ones I'd probably need for just future for the rest of my time playing this game. I just figured I'd have some good bases ready to go. But in terms of like other bases I want to build, I'm not totally sure yet. We might just build some more fun stuff for more decorative purposes rather than just like mega bases. But yeah, other than that, not totally sure yet, to be honest with you. We'll see. By the way, chat, this is just like a little side tangent. Oh, got my little lint roller here. Sorry, chat. Gotta have these around at all times when you got a dog and a cat around. But wanna know what's crazy? This little Frieza figure, I just was looking on Amazon, and that thing is $75 now. I pay like $35 in like Target or whatever for that. It is crazy how expensive these SH Figuarts figures are. It's just like insane. Also, I didn't point it out. I'll grab the last figure. He's not Dragon Ball related, but oh gosh, we got I'm sorry, he's like actually kind of heavy and like massive. We got my Bumblebee movie Soundwave also joining us today, chat. There, that's more center. This is the 301, so it's non-transformable, but he does have the cool glowing eyes. This is actually like make my arm tired from holding this guy up. He is heavy, chat. He's also like tall. He's like over 10 inches. I think he's like almost a foot tall. He's massive. But yeah, he is also joining us alongside our Dragon Ball friends. Welcome, Warrior. Welcome to the stream. We're just finishing going through the figure showcase. Like I always say, I'm just doing this because I have all these figures around anyways, so I might as well show them off on stream. So, Soundwave. Maybe so people can see him. Like that. Sure. Also, for those who are curious, the Soundwave came with Ravage. He's right there. I just don't have room on my desk right now. Oh. Like elbowed my there. There's all of our figure chat. Voila. But alright. Now that we're done with that little business, let's actually get into Palworld. By the way, I hope audio is alright. I know some of these songs kind of vary in volume levels, so some may be louder than others, but hopefully music for the most part isn't too loud. Let's flip over Palworld. I'll also do this just for anyone else tuning in later, or for those who are curious. Let's just go through the world settings fast. So I do have some stuff cranked up because I was trying to get some supplies. But other than that, nothing too much. We're actually gonna turn down pal appearance rate because I hate having a bunch of pals getting in the way. Other than that, these are the stats we're playing on today, chat. Let's see. Confirm. Start. I like how I still have this world's named New Solo World. It's like, it's not really new at this point. I might even turn this light on more just so I can. There, does that help a little bit? There. Now my face is slightly more lit up. Any update on when big update is coming? Not that I'm aware. Besides this, like, one we just got for the crossplay, that just came out like within this past week. But in terms of like any other like massive updates, I haven't heard of anything recently. So I'm sure they'll announce it like kind of similar to Faybreak within like a month or so of when they're actually going to drop it, which, like I keep saying, I'm assuming it'll probably be between like May and July is my guess. And if we count this as like a big update, then I'd maybe even push it back a couple more months. Chat, I did do a couple things. Nothing super crazy, but I will go over everything I did off stream. For starters, I just put some regular hot springs both here and over there. I was trying to fit the like high quality ones, but my main problem is, chat, and I'll kind of even show you my problem. So let's say I'm trying to put this here. So in order to not have it clip through the wall, it has to be this far away from the wall. So I'm kind of trying to figure out a way where I can maybe put these towards the center of the room, so that way they don't clip through things. Yeah, that's kind of my main problem with these high quality ones all the time. It's like these palm trees, man. They just get in the way and they clip through everything and it looks ugly. And it's like, technically I could put it way closer, but if I don't want it clipping, then I have to have it that far off. So that's why we have the regular ones down here. We'll quickly run over back here. The only thing I did back here is because we kind of discussed it last stream, but we put in beta wave things, because I think you can have, is it the, I always forget which one's which. So you can have two of the alpha ones, which I wasn't aware of. I thought you could only have one of each. Many rumors coming that a new island is coming that's bigger than Sakurajima Island. With the climate changes also like thunder rain, so players can fly air so long. Okay. I haven't really looked into that. I'll be honest, kind of just like even reading just general updates when they come out. I'm really bad at just like keeping up with all that spoiler stuff. I'm just not on the internet enough. But I'll look into that. That sounds interesting. I'll see what people are kind of saying. I'm sure it's all over the Palworld Reddits and stuff. So I'll take a look into that. But sadly, I don't know anything about that, but I'm sure I'll be hearing stuff about it soon. But once we kind of get some more details about it, that's like maybe spoiler pictures and stuff, then yeah, then I'll actually maybe, well, I'll see if I have time to cover it on the channel. I'll cover it on the channel. If not, I'll just do it in like a general live stream. But yeah, that'll be interesting. I finally finished my first iteration of Mega Bases. I love them. Hey, very nice, Gar. Very nice. I was also watching your guides on overpowered builds makes me look at mine. Now I need to rebuild everything so they're better. Thank you. Oh, well, you're very welcome. I mean, like I always kind of say, I always kind of feel bad about making guides, just because obviously if you've watched a few of them at this point, you might have realized there's a lot of things that are very similar between upgrading a lot of panels. It's usually more of just passive skill related stuff, but yeah, I like making that stuff because I'm sure people like yourself can just find that helpful. So I'm glad those videos help you out. I do have another one coming out shortly. I've just been kind of slacking on that. I've also just been busy as well. But yeah, I definitely got some more guides coming out for just a wide variety of the pals that are already in the game. I'm like kind of starting to spread out the Faybreak pals. The rest of them, I still plan on doing a bunch of them. I just am kind of trying to spread them out so that way I can focus on some of the other pals in the game. But yeah, I'm glad those guides help you out and everything. I built a spreadsheet so I know what I'm doing. I'll be honest with you, like I have like a spreadsheet of like every pal's like attack, defense, and health stats at like max, and now I gotta like update it completely because 5 extra levels on every pal, so every single one of those numbers is out of date. But no, I have stuff like that like all over like my computer and like my like various Google Drives. I'm just like need a spreadsheet to keep track of all this, so I feel you there. Hey, there you go. That my the one I showed in my video has 12. I mean, for the most part, I don't have 12 working at that base a lot of the time at the moment, just because I'm trying to gather up a lot of resources. Like a good example, I'm trying to get 10,000 cakes in every single one of those breeding farms, so I have a lot of bees and stuff going at that base. But yeah, it's just like having that all those breeding farms is super helpful for like, especially for doing the tedious stuff of condensing pals into like your good pals. It's like it is. I have some that are only doing like one breeding farm at the moment. Like with my little bee guys, I have one breeding farm for those guys, and as much as I'd want to add more to like make it faster, I'm just like I said, I'm working on the supplies. But yeah, it's just like, oh my gosh, it takes forever. So that's exactly why I built that base. Also, I'm sorry if like this side of my face is always really bright. It is surprising daytime for me right now, so most of the time I stream like in the middle of the night, but it is currently the middle of the day, so I'm sorry if my face just randomly flashbangs on this side. But yeah, I agree though. I still need to build some. I need to just figure out spots to put them at my bases. But yeah, having that extra space for pals and everything is super nice. I think Palworld hype is gone because a very late update given up by Palworld that they give updates early then they're not going anywhere. Oh, I'm gonna reread that because my brain just I like read it, but like my brain didn't process what you just said. I think Palworld hype is gone because very late update given by Palworld. If they've given update early and rarely, then the hype might not going anywhere. Okay, I get what you're saying. You're talking about more of just like the spread out between like various months. I kind of agree, but at the same time I will say that regardless of how often they're putting out updates, I have a feeling people would the hype have died down much slower if they kept it up frequently? Absolutely. But I still think it would have never been at the peaks that it was on like launch, because that's like kind of like an impossible task to keep up with, especially considering that they're not some like massive company. Like they're starting to grow a lot now, obviously, but when Palworld was released, they were kind of like an unknown small development company. So having a game like that sell like 19 million copies in like a month is pretty insane. So at the end of the day, as much as I'm like, oh, I definitely agree with what you're saying, if they did keep up with updates like on a, let's say like on a like monthly basis instead of like 6 months or whatever, yeah, they definitely would have kept the hype up. But they even said it themselves. They're like, it's all right, like we're just gonna kind of update things and keep it how it'd be. Like, I don't remember exactly, it was some article I was reading, but they're like, that's all right if players leave, they can always come back when the game's more updated and just come back during updates and stuff, and when they come back there'll be another 100+ hours of content they have or something. So I don't know. Like I said, I definitely get what you're saying, Warrior. I agree. I think just the main problem is that they were just not big enough of a company to be able to put out those kind of updates, especially once they started getting the Nintendo lawsuits in the mix. That definitely kind of put a halt on things. I'm sure if they weren't being sued by one of the biggest, if not the biggest, gaming developing company on the planet, yeah, I'm sure they probably would have been able to do things a bit faster. But no, I 100% agree. If they kept updates up frequently, their player base would definitely be much higher than it currently is. But once again, once the big updates come out, I feel like dropping the massive updates really gets the hype back up. Because, like, I'll tell you what, my viewership during that first month of Daybreak, I was getting a lot of views during that month. Not a crazy amount, like making like big money, but like way more than what I was. Definitely gave a good spike to the channel. I put my views in the breed base and assign knock on there. Because they place the honey in the guild chest so I can still break. Yeah, I was gonna say, Knocklums are really good transporters too. I usually go for Wumpos, but I know Knocklums are, I believe, the same in transporting. It's also a beta release, so the updates are not going to be that regular. Plus, yeah, see, exactly what Young Panda was saying. I didn't mention the, like, early access part, but that's something also to keep in mind. It's like I always tell people, I'm like, my prime example I love using is Ark Survival Evolved. That game was in beta for, like, 5 years. I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was like, it was in beta for so many years before the game was like officially released. So it's just like, and they're still adding updates now, and they were adding all sorts of updates then, but yeah, kind of like what Young Panda was saying, it's like this is technically early access, so it's like the more people buy and like support the game, the more likely the game can be like worked on and improved, which is why we get all the updates that we get are usually like very good improvements to the game for the most part. I'd say there's very rare, I'd say out of all the updates we've gotten, besides the fact that they keep adding way too many dark pals in the game, I personally don't really have any sort of major complaints out of any update. Like I said, besides the dark pal thing, I personally am a huge fan of everything they've been doing to the game, and I hope they just continue on that path because they are killing it. The only other thing I hope is that they kind of, if they're going to keep going down the high-tech advanced like armor and stuff, I hope they really start branching it out and making it unique and stuff, because like all they did right now is just take the old advanced armor and add some extra padding on it, and then that's all they essentially did. So it's like they need to make armors different and more varieties and other things, because yeah, just having the same armor like just with like shoulder pads or like bigger knee pads or something is like not gonna cut it in my opinion. But other than that, it's like that's not like a game breaking thing. I just think they need to be more creative in that department, that's all. But yeah, that's insane. The game also saying that that's a big update and late, otherwise all things is good. Yeah, like I said though, I 100% get agree what you're saying. In fact, that's why like my old like people I used to play with on Palworld, they stopped playing, because we played it when the game first came out, but then like we probably put like a solid 100 hours in like that first like few weeks easily. Like we put a lot of time into that, and just like every other person on the planet. But it's like, first off, during that time, just because there were so many people trying to play and get servers were just terrible. So like if anyone else was playing like right when the game came out, you know, the servers or dedicated servers and online servers were awful because there was 19 million people trying to get on online servers. It's just like there were so many people trying to get on the online servers. Like there, just like every other massive launch of a game, there was just so many people that it crashed. But the main difference is that once again, Pocket Pair is not a massive company, unlike it. Let's just say this. Another example I always love to use is that when GTA 5 Online came out, that was down for like a week because like so many people were trying to play it that it literally like broke on itself. And that's Rockstar. That's a AAA company, you know what I mean? AAA game. So the fact that like 19 million people were trying to hop on this little indie game for dedicated servers, you could see how there could be some problems. So I think that also did a lot of the killing of the game, is that those dedicated servers just weren't able to handle it, just because once again the company just wasn't, it still isn't that big to handle 19 million players. But it's like, and I'd say 19 million players because once again that's like generally how many copies were sold. But it's like, give or take, you could assume probably a couple million people were trying to play the game at a time. So one of those things. Best way of putting it, if they were a bigger company, things would have been much more smooth. But yeah, I think a lot of it just kind of boils down to they were just not a big enough company ready to handle the publicity and hype that they got. Because after 50 people don't have anything to do. Yeah, that's true. Like, that was another thing too. It's like people got to level 50 more or less fairly easily and then like kind of did everything. And it's just like, because the game isn't fully out, like there's like, now if someone quit then and came back now, they'd probably have another like couple 100 hours of like stuff they could do. But once again, just one of those things, just didn't get stuff out fast enough. Still better than Bungie Destiny servers. Yeah, I played a little Destiny, but I've heard some mixed things about that. At that time is also OG, because I know when the struggle for ore and coal makes two. Yeah, now my storage full of ore, but struggling is really enjoyable, making the game so much fun. I agree, and I think that's I think it was nice at the time, but now that we have what we have, now I'm just like, I don't think I could go back. You know what I mean? It's just like, now that I've seen what we could potentially have in the game, I'm like, I'm good having a spot where I can mine like ore, not even the second mining too, just the regular mining ore at my base. I'm like, I'll take that over having to go into like mines, literally like going to dungeons and whatnot and just like mine it from like a stone. Like, that was painful. So it's nice to know that struggle, but do I ever want to go back to it? Nuh-uh. It's like if you're broke and then you become rich. It's like it's nice to know that struggle of what it's like to be in that situation. But would I ever want to go back to, like, good example? This is just maybe a little too much info, but I was homeless for a little bit, like a year or so ago. I was living in my car, and it's just like it was just a rough situation. I won't get into all details, but essentially I was living in my car for like 3-4 months, and yeah, it was humbling to kind of live through that, because it kind of set me straight on what I want to prioritize on. But at the same time, it's like, do I want to go back to living in my car? Not really. It really sucked. So, but once again, kind of an extreme example. But there you go, Chad. There's some speakerhead lore. And you know that also that elephant people kill them so much, satisfied to think, why be big pal. Dude, I'm still a little upset that Mamorist is not as good as he should be. Considering how hyped up he is in like the promotional, like the initial promotional material, it's like, come on now. He does have the maximum amount of health in the game, but he has absolute terrible attack and defense stats. It's kind of funny. Anyways, chat, I'm getting distracted. Like I was saying, the only stuff I did was that stuff that I mentioned on the floor, the hot springs and stuff. I also, this is probably the main thing that I did. This is a little storage area I decided to add. Also, I moved the water fountain and put a lantern on it. I know, isn't that cute? But we made a storage area up here. I put ramps because usually pals, they tend to like go up stuff easier on staircases. What's going on, my dude? Welcome to chat. That's MacGyver, right? I always forget. See, that's a problem. You guys always have different names and different things, and then I forget what's one on what platform, and I forget. But if it is, hello. And if it's not, still hello. Making sure I read everything. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I read full 100% passive skills partners, but not that strong. See, that's what's painful. Like I keep telling people, it's just like I love and hate the Fabric update for the sole reason of I had everything like all upgraded and ready to go. I had like 20 plus pals like fully upgraded for like upgrade guides, and then Fabric came out, and then every pal I upgraded was now obsolete because there was better passive skills. So that made me a little salty. So I feel that pain. I have to like redo every pal, and guess what? When new updates come out, new passive skills, guess what's gonna happen? Same thing, and then I'm gonna have to redo it all again. Another one. Okay, just making sure. Yes, hello. You can just click on the channel and watch a video, my guy. But no, I'm kidding. I know what you mean, but yeah, man. Hey, I just said we could play Rocket League together, and that's still an option. I still want to play some Rocket League. I was kind of doo-doo on stream the other day, but yeah. Boom, rainbows. Yeah, exactly. It's just like the rainbow passives, and now they're probably gonna add even more that do even different things, and it's just like it's whatever. I'm excited. Like I keep saying, I'm personally happy for it because that means I can suggest more than like the same 4 passive skills literally every single video. Obviously, I still suggest a lot of the same general passive skills, but at the same time, it's nice to have that variety so I can be like, oh, if you guys want to add more power, you can use these options instead of just like, if you want to add more power, you can only use this one passive skill. If you want to add more defense, you can only use this one passive skill. Now it can be like, you have this option, this option, this option, and this option. It just makes it a lot better in my opinion. But reading the worst, laziest depresso, all red passives, lowest work speed always is in hot spots or bed always angry. That is funny. Actually, I will say this because I made, so for those who might have seen some of my like very first videos, one of the first videos I made on this channel was about making the weakest pals in the game overpowered. So I was making like upgraded land ball, chickpea, all that stuff. But then I was actually thinking about that as a reverse video of making the strongest pals in the game underpowered. And just like, it might not be that exact title, but like literally taking like Frost Stallion and doing that exact thing, just like all red, all worst passive skills on the planet, literally is just garbage in battle, just for the fun of it. But that is a good idea. I do have an idea for April Fools though. It's really just depending. It will be some form of upgrade guide, but I do kind of have a guide coming out. Or I'm just mainly deciding on what I want or what pal I want to do. But yeah, that's a good idea though. I like it. Yeah, I was gonna say I could probably play tonight. I don't know if we'll stream chat. We'll see. But yeah, I could probably play tonight and everything. But yeah, all right. But like I was mentioning, I'm sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. I like talking to you guys in chat. But like I was saying, all I did besides just like build some storage chests also right here, just for like convenient storage right next to the mines. I put these right here just for some storage. And then finally we have this in here, nice glass door. We have a lot more storage chests, so this is a total of I believe 32 total refined chests. So plenty of storage space for literally anything I could possibly ever need. And we put our guild chest right there just to have that nice. That's why there's 32 instead of 33, because it's 11, 11, and 10 in the middle. We put our repair bench right there, along with our blueprint thing here. Once again, chat, even if it's just like a structure that like you're never going to use at this base, it's sometimes nice to just have these structures built as decoration, because once again, they just need to add more decoration. But and then we add the little banner things. Plus, these are technically glass pillars as well, which is why they're a little indented. I believe it was MJ that was mentioning that for like these ones in the front here. So I kind of stole that same idea. So it's MJ. If you see this, shout out. Thank you for the suggestion before. But other than that, the only other thing I think I really did, I put 2 walls up there, chat. Ooh, exciting. That might have even been done during stream. And then I just put 1 just stone mining thing right there, or stone site. Mainly because I was kind of trying to like get a general mental visual image kind of like, all right, how much room does that take up, and how many of these can I like hypothetically fit in here? So I'm thinking, just based off that one, I could probably fit at least another 2 on each side, so that'd be a total of 5. And then we could probably go at least 1 or 2 rows forward. And once again, a lot of these will be duplicates, but at the same time, we can always replace them in the future with other mines that'll end up being added to the game. So, because I'm sure there'll be one for like hexalite, or at least I'm hoping there'll be one for hexalite and chromite in the future, because oh my gosh, it's a pain. It's like there's no easy way of doing it. See, since we were kind of talking about it before, hexalite and chromite is probably like the only way you're gonna feel like playing OG Palworld when it first came out, because that's the only like material in the game you have to actively always go out and find, unless you're like living right next to a node on Fabric. So, but other than that, chat, that's all I've done like outside of stream. I was really tempted to build a lot more, because I usually, what I'll do is I'll just be playing and then I'll just be thinking, I'm like, I could build that at that base, and then I just kind of go do it. So I got to get used to like, if I'm going to do that stuff, I got to wait for stream. But like I said, chat, sorry, I'm bouncing all over the place. Like I was saying with MacGyver, is it Lieheart? Is that your name on YouTube? My old man eyes can't read. But yeah, me and MacGyver might play Rocket League tonight, so stay tuned for that, chat. Yeah, I got a pal with -3 pounds. Kept it just for the lulz. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I had one for a while. I don't remember what it was that had all negative passive skills, but yeah, that's funny. When you find such a bad role. Yeah, exactly. That's like kind of what I did. Eventually I did get rid of it just because I needed room in my PAL box. But now it's not a problem anymore. I've been either of those things that I don't even know how to use them. Oh, it was in the viewing cage, now dimensional storage. Oh yeah, so the dimensional storage is a new thing that was just added during this update. See, that's what I kind of don't like of what how they kind of released this update. They downplayed it way more than what it actually was. Like they like essentially were making it make it out to just be like, oh, we're adding crossplay, and then we're making it so you can transfer pals. But then they just added so much more to this update. And like everyone was just surprised, like there's so much more. They should have really like kind of hyped this up a bit more. And that goes back to the problem of like people not getting excited for stuff. It's like when they say, oh, we're just adding crossplay, and then they add a million more things that are amazing and awesome. It's just like, thanks. And then updating just the game in general and quality of life. It's like, tell us that. Tell us you're doing a lot more things. Tell us you're adding a quality of life update, not just that you're adding crossplay. But yeah, essentially, dimensional storage is a new thing. Viewing cage is just a cage that's just, is that under pals? I always forget where it is. Viewing cage is just this. It's like a thing. I'll run outside so you can actually see it. But it's just a thing you can put pals in. So we'll build it. And essentially what you do, you just throw a bunch of people in it, and then they live in here, and what happens is, they don't take up any space at the base, and they don't become hungry, but they don't help with anything at the base. They just kind of exist. So that's what a viewing cage is. I don't really care how these are sorted. I will sort later. It's weird all the hype for Fabric, but still I don't feel that I have to go explore this island. I get that. It's like, it's a very cool island, I will say, but I feel like it's just like, it's kind of hard to get hyped about stuff for like late game, when, like, here, good example. I was excited because I'm like, I'm already maxed out on everything on this world. I just want to go explore everything that's new. But when you're like a level 30 in your world, it's just like you're not going to be able to explore it for a long time anyway. So it's like, as exciting as it is, I could see how it's not as exciting, just because once again, it's like, cool, I know it exists, but like I wasn't going to be able to explore it for a while regardless. So make sure of them. Yeah, just like good advice. I was looking for the name. Good advice, Garth. But the nice part is once you destroy those towers, the rocket towers, they don't come back. So, and it seems like there was some sort of issue. Oh yeah, MacGyver's hangout. My mistake. We'll have to get into voice chat before I actually stream with you, just so I can talk to you about that stuff, because I can do the shout out thing or whatever for your stuff. Builder and breeder make house that need to be the best, so hardly explore. That's where I'm at right now. I mean, I do my exploring on new stuff, but then just back to like grinding and figure out stuff to do for content and guides and stuff. So I feel that that's why I usually don't stream Palworld too often, because unless, like I say, I'm doing something interesting, 90% of the time I'm just sitting around waiting for pals to like breed or waiting for farms to grow, because like this is something I'll mention too. Once again, I never know how to actually mention this in a video, but unless you're like actually at your base in you're like in the vicinity of your pals really don't work like super fast. Like a good example is if I'm sitting at my mega farm base, I can get my like the food boxes filled up within like I'd say an hour or two max, like all 4 of them like completely filled. But if I'm not near my farm, I could be playing all day and I come back and it's like, oh, they've gotten 2 stacks of tomatoes, 2 stacks of wheat, and that's it. It's like not a crazy amount of stuff. It's like, unless you're actually at a base, which is like what I end up doing for when I'm like trying to farm stuff, it's just like I'll sit AFK or I'll like do stuff around the base while I'm like or even good example, I'll sit AFK while I'm like editing a video or something, and just like, because once again, you have to be at the vicinity of that farm in order for like your pals to be working at max production speed, if that makes sense. I think it's not like something they intentionally did, but it's like, I think it's just because once again, your pals and stuff and everything will like unload after a certain distance away. So if it's not loaded in, they're technically not working, if that makes sense. So I think it's just more of a glitch. The pro tip, I guess, for those who are trying to like farm stuff, the only thing that does work while you're not near is pals like breeding, like eggs being made and stuff. But farming and like actual work related tasks, it's just kind of a weird thing where it feels like, unless it's from like a literal like I don't even know how to explain it. It just seems like crops never like are actually worked on as fast unless you're actually at the farm, compared to like if you're away. It seems like if you're like actually there, they'll like go at proper speeds, but if you're not, it just seems like it's not, or they don't. So hopefully what I said makes sense. I always personally like saying Platius because he's also like the tankiest pal in the game. That's like an actual factual thing. So I always suggest having Platius with you. Also, Gale Claw is super helpful. I'd say have Platius with you if you can have double or triple jump boots, like he said. And then I'd say like the grapple gun, you could, if you wanted to take it with you, sure, but it's not necessary. I'd say definitely at least like you said, Garth, definitely either at least one or the other for Platius or like triple jump boots. Maybe not both, but at least one or the other, because both are super helpful. And then like you said, at least like some sort of glider, whether that's in pal form or a literal glider. But yeah, it's helpful. But yeah, just be cautious about flying. I'd say you have about 5 seconds on your flying pal before missiles start getting blasted at you. So if you're lucky, 10. So have a very fast flying pal. At least while you're first exploring and destroying all the towers. Oh, I was doing that the other day, MacGyver. Let me know when you want to play tonight. Hit me up on Discord. I'll check that. But yeah, we'll figure that out, and we'll maybe do a little bit of practice before like actually playing anything. Because let's just say this, I'm pretty dog water myself. It's been 8 months since I've played, so I'm still getting used to things. But I got a new controller. Like I said, it was $25. For those who are curious why I buy cheap controllers, that's for 2 simple reasons. In the nicest, simplest terms, I'm a broke bitch. That's the first reason. I don't have money to be dropping on controllers. And this kind of like ties into the second reason. I'm very aggressive when I game. Like I'm like pushing at full force on my joysticks at all time. It's not because I have to, it's more of just like out of force of habit. So long story short, yeah, my controllers, no matter what, like if it's a $60 controller or a $20 controller, the joysticks get worn out within like 6 months to a year tops. So I'm like, instead of just like replacing my controller, and when I say joystick, I mean like ridiculous stick drift. Like if I plug in my old controller, Goku, his head fell off, chat. Rest in peace, Goku. Frieza did it, boys. Nice job. Let's go, Frieza. You did it, buddy. Sorry, that was stupid. Who's dying out there? But yeah, I guess TLD. Cool. I will open my Discord in a little bit here, but yeah, we'll talk about playing. Long story short, I'm pretty much. I wanted to get some recording and stuff and get some stuff ready for a video because it's been like a week since I posted, so I'd like to get a video out sometime soon. But once I do that, I could probably play. Plus, you know, I got the animals I gotta take care of, so probably like after all of that, and we're gonna stream for a few hours. So yeah, we'll definitely figure out something. But I could probably play for a bit. Someone finally defeated Goku forever. I know, right? Rest in pepperonis. By the way, I think I already talked about figures, and I won't go super into it. But just saying, I have been sleeping on SH Figure Arts, like posable figures, for a long time, and I kind of regret it because these two are SH Figure Art figures, the Frieza and Vegeta, and I love posing figures. And I was like, oh, I'll buy like the $20 posable figure, which is the Goku one. I'm like, oh, let's see how that is. And after getting the SH Figure Arts ones, I'm like, dude, I've been slacking. These guys are so good, but they're so expensive. Like I said, that Frieza one, I paid $35 at Target. It's now like $75 on Amazon. So, and I'm sure that Vegeta one will go up eventually. But yeah, it's just like they're so expensive. It's just like I'm kind of mad I didn't get into it earlier so I can actually have some for like reasonable prices and not pay like $100. Like I want Piccolo. He's like $75 plus. Don't want to pay for that right now. Yeah, I was gonna say the Chromus and Palladius, they're great pals. Palladius is one of the top damage pals, and the Chromus, or reverse that. Palladius is one of the top defensive pals. No, he is the top defensive pal, and then the Chromus is one of the top damage dealing pals. So both great pals. Plus they're some of the fastest, if not fastest, ground mounts in the game. So really great. My recommendation, if you're gonna try to fight them, go at nighttime. Palladius is asleep during that time, so you can fight just one-on-one. That's what I did when I first beat him, and that's what I still do a lot of the time. Most of the time, now that I'm actually a high enough level with decent pals, it's not as big of a concern fighting them both together. But yeah, also just remember that Dark is weak to Dragon and Neutral is weak to Dark. So have a Dark type pal with you and have a Dragon type pal for you. Dragon for Necromus and some Dark pal for Palladius. So there you go. Got you, Coral. Coral. All right, chat, but now that I've done the this speakerhead signature of talking for an hour before actually getting into what we're doing, which I apologize, chat. Like I always say, it's like I'm slow at reading it. I like talking to chat, and I feel like if I'm just sitting here playing and not talking to you guys, I feel like a dick. So, last pal I finished was my battle with Lillian. So I'll go fight Necromus and play this with her. I mean, let's just say this. Lillian's a pretty good one just because she has a bunch of those healing abilities. So she might not have any like advantages or anything, like element advantages, but Lillian's a great pal. I think people sleep on like the attack capabilities of Lillian, but in all reality, considering that she can heal herself, it's pretty useful. And then you just strap like Vampiric on there, and then you got like extra lifesteal. I mean, you don't have to, but it's just like, that's just additional healing on top of all of our other healing. So, your videos, why I made one. Hey, well, I'm glad I helped you out. Once again, that's like why I'm trying to make videos on every single pal, because it's just like, I know some people, it's like all they need is like one upgrade guide on one pal, and there you go, I got it for you. But, all right, chat. So I think what we're gonna do, I don't know what we're gonna fully build down here yet. I kind of want to start building on the second floor. And then I also want to build the upper part here, and I think it was Green Dino Ranger, a viewer from the other stream, he suggested building a power center up top for some of the other stuff, like our electricity pylon thing, not like the actual generator, but like this, and just some other stuff. So I think we are gonna end up doing that, but right now I just want to put this second layer of mines down here, and then we'll start also figuring out where we're putting pal beds, because somehow we gotta fit 50 pal beds somewhere in this place, so we might need to do some adjusting. I'm kind of thinking we might be able to get away with having we're kind of debating maybe making this one layer higher, but having like a double bunk bed of layers, if that makes sense. So like have like beds down here, and then have a second layer too high, just to make sure, because we're gonna have astagens working here, so there's some big boys, so I just want to make sure they got room to get the beds. But yeah, we're gonna work on this lower part though, figure out where we're putting all these mines. So what is every mine we currently have? I'm just gonna place them just so I got mental footnote. I think we have 4 of the small ones. I think 5 if we're including the regular ore, but we're not going to. No, I take that back. We might have more. So we got this. Can I place that? Sure, we'll place that there. Why not? So, and then we'll throw Anubis down to just build them quick, just so I can actually see what they are, not just blue. So then we also have wood, and then sulfur. So we have a total of 5. Because I do want to add the what's it called? I do want to have the logging one as well. So yeah, I'm not missing any, chat, correct? That should be everything. Yeah, Anubis, come back. Lumber and coal, sulfur, coal, and big ore. Okay, cool. Yeah, just making sure I was like got them all. And once again, I'm sure they will add more, but this is just for my own mental notes. We'll probably have 1 of each, because in all reality, I don't think... Okay, you want to know why I'm saying we're probably only gonna need 1 of each? Because I was doing a little bit of testing, chat, off stream, and I'm gonna show you how fast astagens mine this regular stuff. So we have a few of these guys upgraded and ready to go. So we're gonna put that many down at the moment. There, we'll just look at this. This is how fast they go with the regular ore. As you can see, it's a little fast. So that's why I'm saying we probably only need 1 of each, because in all reality, these guys can fill up an entire one of these with 10,000 in like 10 minutes. So that's why I'm figuring we probably don't need a crazy amount of these mines. And like, we'll even look at this as another example. So how many we got working at this one. Is it 2 or 3? 2. Like, obviously slower than the ore, just because these are longer mines, or longer to get these resources. But even so, with just 2 of them, is there 3 here? I only see 2. Are they like fused together, or is he just mining in place? I don't know. Point is, they're mining plenty fast, chat. So that's why I'm saying I think just having 1 of each will be fine. What do you have on your miners? I have on all of my astogens, I have these passive skills on them. So work, slave, serious, remarkable, craftsmanship, and artisan. I know a lot of people always say that I should put on nocturnal on all of my pals just so they can work through the night. Like I always say though, I sleep through my nights for the most part, so most of the time, like, yeah, technically they wouldn't be working at night, but I'd say a solid 85 to 90% of the time I will like sleep before it even hits like the night period and they actually go to bed. So, but these guys specifically though, since they are nocturnal, you don't need any sort of what's it called on it. You don't need any sort of stuff to keep them awake during the night. But I also put only a bunch of work speed stuff on them because you could put stuff for better sanity and hunger and stuff, but I don't know. At least how I play, I got plenty of food, so it's not like I'm super worried about them like chowing down on food. Plus, depending on what food you give them, I can also keep them fuller for longer. But yeah, I usually like just going for the full work speed instead of sanity and stuff, especially now too with sanity. Now that they added those alpha and beta wave generators, it's like that helps a ton with sanity. But as long as you got like good quality springs around, got proper beds and everything for your pals, usually you don't have to worry too much about sanity dropping. Sanity really only drops a ton when you're in like combat. So it's like, unless like you got really horrible working conditions for your pals, or you're actively in a place where they're getting attacked all the time, your sanity is probably not going to drop from just mining. Yeah, I was going to say, I have plenty of that at all my bases. Like, even just in this one, we got 10,000. So don't worry, Garf. Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. That's actually what I'm working on right now. That's why I've been sitting at my farm base. I've been trying to get some extra stuff for getting money, just for getting that dollar. And also because I'm trying to just get some extra Mindstrom for some of my other bases. I mean, they got plenty, but obviously how it works in any survival game, it doesn't matter how much you have, unless you literally have like enough to last for literal like 10 IRL years. You're probably always going to be consistently getting supplies, just because they're always constantly going down. But yeah, just like, also just for, once again, I'm building bases like this, so it's like I'm definitely going to need a lot more food for keeping these guys active and working, because this is a much bigger setup than what I previously had. So like, once again, just like keeping up. But other than that, yeah, I got a decent amount of that stuff. Just like I said, it just sucks you have to like sit at like a farm base to like actually have them do farming properly at like good speeds, or else it just doesn't work. Yeah, exactly, Garf. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, unless you're in a place where like your pals are actively being attacked like all the time, which once again, if you have like a barricaded, like walled in like structure, no pals are attacking your pals from the outside. It is extremely rare they'll actually like lock on an attack. But yeah, just like, you don't lose sanity that much at a base, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. Only time you're losing sanity at a base is if you're doing a raid boss. Finding space for 40 big fluff beds. That was a challenge. I mean, hey, yeah, I mean, you saw it at my mega farm base, and even at my mega breeding base. It's like, my mega breeding base only has, I think, 20 something large beds, just because I literally don't have the room to put them anywhere else, unless like I made a whole nother floor. And that's gonna be a struggle for this one too, which is why I was thinking of the double layer thing, but we'll see what I do. But like, point is of this whole tangent, chat, is that we're only gonna build one of each mine, but we will have a couple duplicates just for like spaces for other stuff, in case there's other mines in the future, because I'm sure they will add that. So or you get ADHD distracted with building and forget to fill up the cool box, and they all go starving and injured. Yeah, I don't know if that's it. And I mean, I have ADHD, but for me, I don't know if it's an ADHD problem. I think it's just I'm just neglectful, and I'll just like, good example, my hexalite base, where my pals are mining hexalite, literally. You don't know how many times at my mining base and my hexalite base, like this used to be my mining base or whatever, but like that's why we're rebuilding it. But literally this base and my other one, I always forget to go check on, and they'd always end up starving, and then I'd like regret it. Cat moment. Cat. Hello, Mr. Cat. Oh, I feel your little wet nose. I'm not feel your butt. That's gross. Gross. Where'd you go? Hello. There you are. Oh, chat. We might have Henry moment quick. Are you gonna come up? Or are you just gonna look at me? But yeah, TLDR while I'm like waiting for this cat to decide if he's gonna jump up or not. There he is. Hello, Henry. Chat, say hi to Henry. But yeah, it's just like I don't know if it's an ADHD thing, but I'm definitely just like forgetful of like going and checking on bases, mainly because it's like once I like get to a certain amount of like resources, like good example, I have a full like refined metal chest of like every single ore. Like technically I don't need this base, but I'm building it just for future use and just so I can really stockpile. Also, honestly, for like just regular ore, because that's the thing I use most of the time. But yeah, it's just like I'm just forgetful and I just don't check, and I'll come back in like literal like a month later of playing, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. You guys are here. Weird. They can. You just have to select in like good example if you're like cooking it in something. You have to actually select in there to allow it for pals to transport it out of that structure. Other than that, they won't do it. But if you select that on, you can. So. Yeah, that's something else, just because I see you mentioning it, Coral. Sometimes you just gotta like, I will just full on like take all the pals out of my base, because sometimes they'll just like spawn in the floor and they'll just be like under the map, but you won't be able to tell. It's not as common these days, but earlier when the game like first came out, that was definitely a problem where people were, or at least me specifically, I was having like good example my breeding pals when I'd load into the world, like one of them would just spawn into the floor, so like it would say that they're breeding but the thing wasn't like going up. So that was something I had to fix. But yeah, not as bad of a problem these days. Yeah, what like I keep saying, it's not too terrible these days. Still occasionally happens, which once again, that's why I personally play on no drops, because every survival game has that problem of clipping through the floor on occasion, and that's really annoying. Like I always say, I don't mind like losing my stuff if it's like, oh, I died to like an enemy in the game and then I have to go retrieve it. But if my stuff clips through the floor, or like I die and I fall in a lake and then it's at the bottom of the lake where I can't get it, it's like, I think that's just cap. It's like, I think it's dumb, and I'm like, I'm not dealing with that. I play survival games to have fun. I don't want to get mad because my stuff clipped through the floor. Maybe I didn't have to do that. Maybe I'm stupid. I think I'm stupid, chat. I think we'll put... Should we put the mining sites here? I think we'll put 3 of the stone ones right here. Just because these will be filler ones in case we want to add other farms. But then what we'll do is we'll do similar things with those advanced chests, and we'll kind of put them in between here as just like little holders. So then when I want to like transfer all of it, I can just grab it all and just move it. Heck, I might even make a little way to get in from the base here. Is it right here? Hello. But who knows? Maybe we can figure something out, like open this part right here and just have like a ramp to like the lower part. We'll see what happens, chat. See, I wish they had like I hope that that's something they add in the future. I hope they add like latch doors, like doors you can open from the floor. I think that'd be sick. But let's put this floor back. There we go. Throw Anubis down to build that. I'm being dumb. I think, and then these other ones here. I'm trying to think. Here, you come back. I'm trying to think, at least in terms of stuff that I'm using. I'd say let's go with one of each of the other ones for this row now. So this one will just be quartz. How do I want to have this set up? Because I'd like to give a bit of room in between each. So maybe like, should I line it up with this floor? Is that enough room technically? Because I'm trying to think of just like astagen size. Maybe we'll just have it like halfway through the floor. Kind of like here. So that was the pure quartz. Then we'll put sulfur. I do this. This is gonna be kind of annoying. I might have to rebuild this and build the center one first. For those who also can't see what I'm doing, like that little tiny like faint line in the metal to kind of split into the 4 squares in the like general main platform. I'm kind of using it as a lineup. So you get clipped. Yeah, you get clipped into the void and your stuff is gone. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, it's just so frustrating. It's like I play games that have fun. If it's like I just die and lose my stuff to a hard boss, it's like, okay, I suck. That's on me. But like if it's a game mechanic type thing that just goes wrong and like causes me to die, that's when I get pissed off. Of course, it's used for circuit boards. That's all I found used for it anyways. See, circuit boards are useful though, especially if you're using guided missile launchers, because you need circuit boards to make those missiles. Same with a lot of other kind of stuff. So I know sulfur's for gunpowder. I literally actually have a full chest of gunpowder as well, on top of like a full chest of sulfur. So that's like why I'm gonna build one, but I really don't need sulfur. So like I said, I have a full chest of like all of this stuff. I technically don't need this whole base, but it's like, I think just for future use, I'm like, what am I most likely gonna end up using more in the future, you know? It's gonna suck. I'm like trying to figure out how to like line this up without it. Maybe I gotta build, I don't even know. I'm trying to figure out how to do this where it's not gonna like get caught and do the sideways one. I want it to be lined up with this, so these are all in line with each other. Cool. Maybe I can just guesstimate. I don't really like that. I don't know a good way of doing it. Actually, I think I might have a way. Let me try this quick. Maybe this will work the way I'm hoping it will. Let's see if I build that, if it'll clip to that since it's closer. Yeah, baby, that's what we've been waiting for. There you go, Chad. If you ever need something to actually work with the like locking and snapping feature, just build a wall and that'll like override it. There you go. Now we just do the same thing over here. Then what's the last one we need? We need quartz on this one. Whoops, that is not what I'm trying to build. And these aren't going to be like 100% lined up with each other. They'll probably be a slightly off here and there for these ones going straight the way we're looking right now. But it's going to be better than trying to eyeball these in a straight line. That's all I can say. There we go. So we got this all situated. And then maybe because we have room on both of these sides, chat, maybe over here is where we could build some high quality ones, since like we talked about, my main problem is that they clip through the wall. But we have all this spare room. Maybe we can make that work if it wants to do what I want, which would be pretty pog. Like maybe I can bring it over one more. But I think that's not terrible. Right there. What do we think of that, chat? So we got the main mines right here, and then we could even probably bring it out one more layer. But I think then having those two high quality hot springs on top of the 4 downstairs, plus we can always put a couple upstairs if we want to. But rest in Pepperoni's playground. I'm very sorry to hear that Xenolord destroyed your pals. Xenolord's tough, even just the regular one. Like I always say, it's not even Xenolord himself, it's just his army of Xenovaders and Xenoguards that are the problem. But like I say though, the nice part about the failure against a raid boss is that you get an idea of like, okay, how underpowered am I compared to this, and what do I gotta do to actually be more prepared? So whether that be if your character's not fully upgraded yet, upgrade your character and get those levels. If you need to get better quality armor, especially with this blueprint thing that was added recently where you can smash blueprints into higher quality ones, that'll help so many people out now. Like now you don't have to sit there and farm the oil rig for literally hundreds of hours to get stuff you need and get legendary blueprints. Now you can literally just have a gajillion green ones, and then you can just smash them down to eventually get a legendary. And then other than that, yeah, just making sure you upgrade your pals fully. So I'd say if you're not at max like level, the best things you can do are upgrading them in a statue power with pal souls. That one's fairly easy to do, and you can really do that at any level. Condensing pals into pals to make them stronger is another easy way. You just, as long as you can get a decent way of getting cakes, you can just keep breeding pals and smashing them down. And yeah, passive skills is the main thing. Even if you can't get, like, you don't want to spend the time to get one with 4 amazing passive skills, getting one with 2 or 3 good passive skills is better than just like one with average skills. So, but yeah, it sucks to lose, but I've dealt with it a million times in this game. So sometimes you gotta just do that trial and error until you figure out what works and what doesn't. This launcher and machine gun platform, the handiwork. How the hell having spare pals for your team and your pal lock. Yeah, that's what I say too. If you don't have revives, just make sure you have a lot of extra pals you can swap out that are like good to go. Yeah, best of luck with you, Playground. It's just like, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Like, and like I said before, it's like Xenolord specifically is such a pain, because once those Xenovaders and Xenoguards come out, all of your pals that are on the field are going to start attacking those guys because obviously they're attacking you. They're like, oh, save our dude or whatever. It's just so many more targets on the field. So they start attacking that stuff, which gives Xenolord the opportunity to just absolutely annihilate all your other pals while they're not paying attention. So that's why I personally find Xenolord so much harder than every other raid boss. They're all hard, but Xenolord specifically for that reason. But best of luck to you. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Go to supply drops. That'll help you out a ton. Just make sure to hit up supply drops whenever you can find them. But let's build this other hot spring. There we go. I don't know, chat. I think that's looking pretty nice. Is that off? Then again, see, another thing too that I find difficult about building with these is that, like, it's like lopsided. Like, this is always going to be hanging out more than that side. So like my OCD brain is just like, that's not inside that square. It's outside the square. That one's in the square, but the other one's not in the square. Ah! OCD problems. But now that I'm done having my little mental breakdown. I know, it's painful. I'm just like, oh, are you not going to be able to let me build this here? But why? Is it because they're too close together? Minecraft villager noises, chat. Yeah, that's facts. Like, the fact that they didn't give us, like, triangle, like, half structure, like, half ceilings and stuff. Once again, it's like, they just need a quality of life where they just add, like, double the amount of, like, building things. Like, give us these triangles that you can flip upside down, or you can just make it a setting for these where you can just attach them upside down. And just, like, once again, giving us, like, half triangles so we can actually have our stuff not get cut off by a circle, or just make this not a circle, make it a square. Like you said, it's like the little kindergarten game puzzle thing where it's like you got the circle and square blocks, and you got to put them through the circle and square holes. It's like, oh, rest in pepperoni camera. But yeah, it's literally like that game where it's just like, come on, Pocket Pair. Well, I will personally, Speakerhead Pocket Pair, will buy you one of those games, and I will maybe not hand deliver. I'm a little broke, but I will at least ship it to you for free so you can learn how that works. So either A, you can make some rounded pieces for us. This ain't Minecraft. Every other, you know what? It is a little ironic that every pal in this game is very smooth and very rounded, but every building thing in this game is very pointy. It is very much not round. But yeah, it's just like, come on now. Give us some pieces that work better for our bases. Because I agree. It's like, that's why it's 13 by 13 is the max you can really build for like a square. Because after that, it's just like, all right, you're going to have parts of your base that are like not in the circle. Anything bigger than that is just not enough room. So you either got to get creative with your designs inside of a circle or something like that. But yeah, it's a struggle. Since my camera died, we're gonna figure out some way of adding storage around this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, especially since it seems like it's not gonna let me put it in between these, which kind of sucks in all reality, because I've essentially done the same thing down there and it wasn't a problem, which is a little upsetty spaghetti. I almost wonder, chat, could I like put them slightly farther, like slightly to the side, and then they'd fit? Like, if you kind of don't get what I'm saying, let me kind of give an explanation. So this is going to be a little goofy because once again we got to destroy these walls, but what I'm trying to say is, instead of it having it lined up in that center one, what if I don't know where I'm going right now. So it would be like, this is going to be a little goofy. I might need to delete a couple more things to make it work. I need to delete that for now. It should still have enough room. Boy. Yeah, so it'd be like lined up with this line here. So that would give it just that hair more room than what we were working with before. So let's give that a test. Yeah, baby. That's what we've been waiting for. So yeah, then we'll do that. And I guess to make sure we still have room for the other one, let's build this other mine and then build another, or build back down our hot spring. What did we delete? Was it the coal? Yeah. So this is where it's gonna get a little goofy again. Cool. Do this. That's probably fine for the most part. Now let's see if we can still build that hot spring. Because they can still get into it from the side. I'm not worried about them like having to like a tiny little pathway to get to it, but I just want to make sure that it's like actually able to still be built. So there we go, chat. And that's what we'll do. We'll just have a little bit of extra gap in between these, and then we'll have one more layer. We'll probably, that's where we'll build one of the wood mining ones. But other than that, yeah, I'm okay with that, as long as these are lined up with each other. I use the space outside the 13 as my square or stairs. See, that's a smart way of doing it in all reality. That's why I put my little elevator shafts on the side, because I'm like, I might as well just make a little elevator tube to like get through and just drop like in and out of, instead of trying to like, you know, fit them inside of the circle. Obviously with this I did, but this was just more because it's like aesthetically pleasing, you know what I mean? But other than that, yeah, it's definitely not a bad way of doing it, Coral. My person decided, yeah, okay, so I'm just catching up on chats to make sure I didn't miss too much. So compromising W building. Yeah, gotta do what you gotta do. I bet if you delete one more or replace chest and replace it, if it honestly, it might. I could try that, but you wouldn't be wrong, Coral. Trying to go upside down, remind me of beta Minecraft items before. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you could still put stairs upside down. That's still a thing. People use it for like plants and stuff. I really want to make my jumpy frog elevator though. Yeah. See, people underestimate Crocuro, but is it Crocuro? Yeah, I always say names wrong, so I apologize for that. But yeah, he's a fun little fella. He's pretty fun. But yeah, I'm actually curious about that. Let's try that. So let's try. It'll probably not work just because, yeah, so it seems like it's just more of like, because this has a different, because it's different spacing for these compared to the other one, like the ones down below. We'll quickly go down and look at that. But these down here, I guess they just probably around the same spacing, but I have these slightly wider apart, which is why it fits. So I guess it does make sense. It's just a little goofy. It's because they're a weird shape. Once again, it's like you can't just go based off of the where the bottom base, it's like it's based off of the actual cube of the shape. So that's probably why it doesn't fit. No biggie. Fits like this. They're small enough so we got them there, but yeah. Just a little annoying that you gotta spread them apart a little bit farther. Let's finish building this, and then I'll switch out camera batteries. So we'll put like chests in afterwards. So we'll build a new stone one. We're gonna have to destroy all this again. I think this one was technically built on like this line. So we'll build it more or less the same spot. Now, on the next version of my mega bases, we'll have it on one side, sand on one side, and frog ladder on the other inside the circle, just not inside the base. Ah, that's a good idea. It's a very good idea, Garth. And helicopter landing pad. There you go. Hey, I mean, you can make a little, like, what's it called? Target for you to hit. That, like, conveniently on my base, I just built it so I perfectly land right in front of my thing. But you could, like, have your character land in front of whatever you need for that elevator on that top floor. So... Alright, whoops. So I needed quartz there, so let's build that. So like that. Eat. Alright. Well, we got our mines built. I'm happy about that. And there we go. That's built. Now let's just fill in this wall again. Oh, chat. I'll add... This is what we'll do, because this is like always perfect timing to put poles in while I'm changing camera batteries. I was thinking about something. So, hear me out. I was thinking about adding some glass layers alongside our metal here. So, I was thinking, like, on this layer, if I can get up to it, like on this layer, we would add a layer of glass on each of the floors. So, like, in this one, and then, like, on this layer, we'd add a layer of glass. So that way you can get some natural light in, because I just feel like there's not enough natural light in here. I always like kind of being able to, like, even if you can't, like, literally just walk up and look through the glass, having some glass to, like, see the outside, I just think it helps being able to see the sky so it's not as gloomy and industrial. But let me know if you guys... It would only be one layer. We wouldn't do the full thing. Like, maybe we can do two if you guys think it's a good idea. I can put that as a poll option, but just something where it's like we have a top layer of glass all along these just so you can kind of see the outside world a little bit. Yeah, so we'll make a poll for that. I was kind of like thinking about that. See, once again, this is the nice part about coming back to this stuff a couple days later instead of trying to do that all in one stream. It's like you come up with these ideas after like looking at the base and be like, all right, we built this. Now, how do I want to change things up? So, but yeah, let me know. I will put an option for 2, but yeah, we'll do a quick poll. I'm knocking everything over on my desk. That's what those noises are if you can hear them. Should we add windows to each layer? No. Yes. 1 layer. And yes. 2 layers. All right. I started the poll. It would be fun if you could put a large pal bed. I think it would be cool to have something like that where like it would like make it so you don't die, because that's a problem that I have found at my base, and it's more of like my computer's problem more than anything, because what'll happen is because my computer sucks and it'll lag sometimes, I'll try to jump and like pull out my parachute, but then it just won't. It'll like glitch or like freeze for a sec, and like not like freeze, but like it'll just have a quick lag spike, and then it will like act like I didn't click it, and then I'll just hit the ground and I'll have like 100 health left. I'm like, cool, all I'm doing is working at my base, and now I'm like pretty much dead. But yeah, I think something like that would be cool, like whether they make like that into a feature for the large bed, or if they add some sort of like spring or like kind of like the jelly blocks for Minecraft, something like that. I think that'd be pretty cool. But You guys vote on that, on what kind of windows we want. We got that poll going on, so vote. Go ahead and do that. And like I said, I'll be back in like a minute or two to, well, maybe like, I don't know, depends on if I pee or not, Chad. Which, if you gotta pee, go take a potty break. But yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes once I change camera batteries and everything. So BRB. chat, we are back. Oh, hold on, I gotta turn on the camera. Also apologize for that taking so long. My dog decided to wait for it. Hold that thought. Come on. There you go. But like I was saying, my dog decided, because I was not giving him attention, decided to go into my trash and pull a bunch of trash out and throw it all over my floor. So I also needed to make sure he wasn't dying or choking on anything. Depending on if he ate anything and how his poops are in a bit, he might need to go to the vet. See, I hope he didn't actually eat anything. But yeah, that's why it took me a bit. I had to make sure my dog wasn't dying and clean up the trash he threw all over. I don't think he eats it. I think he just kind of pulls it out and throws it around like a toy. But you never know. Let's just say this. He's destroyed like ant traps that I had at my old apartment. So, and I had to call poison control or whatever, like a online vet, and be like, is my dog gonna die? And he was fine. Boy may be dumb, but he's got an iron stomach. He can eat poison apparently and not die. So also, it was like they were like really hidden away. It's not like I just had like traps like out, like they were like behind like cabinets that like he got to while I was sleeping in the middle of the night and like somehow pulled them out. Like genuinely, I to this day I have no idea how he got to it. It was like, I think if I remember correctly, it was like even like it was like these it was tucked behind these shelves that I have in this apartment behind me. And I think he literally, like, because they were like slightly underneath, it was like a square with little tabs, and like the tabs were like underneath the shelf, so it's like he really pulled them SOBs out. But yeah, TLDR was making sure my dog wasn't dying, and I'm probably gonna check on him here shortly just to really make sure he's okay. He seems okay at the moment. I just want to make sure. But anyways, it's nighttime, time to sleep. I also see we have voted on 2 layers of glass. That is cool with me. The main thing is I just don't want to build another glass dome. I'd like to kind of change it up a little bit, you know what I mean? This is a more industrial kind of base. Might as well keep it a bit more industrial. That doesn't mean we can't have it looking nice. The windows near the top remind me of the dark warehouse jobs where we wish we had more lights. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, that's why I want to at least have some lights in here, because if we don't have any besides just like this top layer with the lights, I'm like, I don't know, it feels kind of depressing. Just because it's a depressing environment, chat, doesn't mean we have to make it realistic to the real world. We can make our industrial job happy. So this will be our like test layer. I should also kind of be paying attention to make sure not to delete too much to the point where my roof starts collapsing in on itself. So actually just kind of start putting some up. Also so I can get a general idea of how this is going to look. And we'll just do this. We'll just, you know. That should hopefully keep my roof from collapsing. I think it should still be connected in the front, but I don't know. I don't know if it's my mods that made it so I can build this stuff without having to build a bunch of pillars, or if they just kind of work like that. Because I have turned on mods in the past. They're not like on all the time, but I'm wondering if it like glitched my server to make it work like that. If not, I would just yeet pillars in everywhere. But I don't know. How's it going, Big Boy Gaming? Thanks for the building ideas for the breeding base. It was very cool and added take away 2 levels because I couldn't take the lag, but thanks. No worries. I mean, I will say this, and that's the thing with these bases, is that a lot of them are kind of big and over the top. And to be honest, like, good example, the PAL breeding base. Especially if you're only playing with like 15 pals at a base at a time, you could probably, like, in all reality, take out like 3 of those layers and still have more than enough room for whatever you need. Heck, even this base is, you could probably get away with 2 layers if you really wanted to. But yeah, I'm glad I could help you out, give you some ideas. Like I say, if I can just give you ideas for how to structure your base in however you imply that your base is your thing, but if I can just give you those ideas, I'm more than happy with that. Because like I always say, I'm not expecting everyone to play and be able to do exactly what I do. In fact, my computer can barely handle what I build these days, so I gotta like work around that. But hopefully I'll just get a new computer in the future, but that's neither here or there. Point is that, yeah, I feel that pain, but hopefully, like I said, hopefully I can give you some ideas just so you can implement them into your base and figure out how you can structure stuff so you actually got room for things, because that probably is the hardest part about this game, is just figuring out how to make your bases as efficient as possible without also just making them look ugly. So it's like, yeah, glad I could help you out. In fact, that's why we're doing this right now. We're like, this base looks ugly, let's make it not ugly. See, I like this better because even if you can't like see everything, you can like see the edge of the tree, and when you're on the lower levels, you'll be able to see more stuff. But it's just like, I think this just looks better than just having pure metal walls. Like I always say, it's usually just the first level that you need the metal walls, just because. And I put metal walls just because they're the strongest, but long story short, have the strong walls at the bottom, so in case they all get destroyed, your entire base just doesn't collapse on itself. Just a little bit of structure at the bottom, that's all. Oops, I messed that up. Luckily, I can just do that. So there's that. I gotta do this for this, but other than that, done with this layer. Can I build that, please? Thanks. It's so hard to see if I'm actually. It's hard to see if I actually have a wall placement there, or if it's just not there at all, just because it's glass. So then we will get rid of this one and this one, and put back this. There we go. Not too bad. I'm dumb. I missed that one, but not too bad. I'm liking that. Good idea on the 2 layers, chat. I knew I definitely wanted to add glass. I just wasn't sure on if I wanted to do 1 or 2 layers. So good idea. And then this one's gonna be a little weird because I gotta delete the staircase, but yeah, we'll have to do that. Okay. I was just kind of thinking about it for a sec. 'Tis fine. Let me delete it. Let's do this. And that's something I'll mention actually while we're building all this glass. I know the glass, especially if you're playing on higher texture qualities, it definitely causes your game to play a lot slower. So if you're having that trouble with these bases, just try not to add as much glass. The best way of putting it is put as much glass as your game can handle. If you can handle just a few panes here and there, do that. If you can put a lot more like this, definitely feel free to do that. Just make sure you're not making it so like your game is literally down to like 2 frames a second anytime you're at a base. I'll admit at some of my bases they do have that problem, mainly like my breeding farm, just because that thing's so dang massive. And there's honestly a lot of it is too is that I have so many refined chests at that base where it's like I think I have like a couple hundred refined chests, so that's also a major problem. But it's just like, yeah, just make sure you guys are scaling your bases to the size that works for not just for you, but for what your console or PC or whatever can handle, because no point of playing this game if you're only getting like a couple frames. And that's just the general problem with like any survival game. The more you build on the world, the more laggy it's going to be. The more things on it, the more problems you'll have with FPS. I'm liking that though, because then see, you can actually see that stuff in the background here. You actually see some of the environment around you. Whoops. We'll have to delete that. I love it how it like does that, where it's like it like can place like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, like exactly what I just was kind of saying. It's like you can place it like a hair above it technically. Annoying. Also for these elevator shafts, I haven't really done it yet, but we're gonna kind of do the pillar thing like I did in my breeding base. We're gonna have it so there's like pillars for more obvious, like this is where the entrance is, because sometimes, especially with the lower texture qualities like I'm playing with, sometimes it can be kind of hard to like see like, oh, where's the actual opening. So we'll definitely make sure to put something in here to make it obvious. Your interior in some of your bases is so cool, but I can't do it, so I just have a ton of crops, breeding spots, and ranch spots. Hey, no worries. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, when it comes to like the decorative side of things, it's more of just kind of like, once again, kind of like I said before, doing what you can, like what your game is able to actually handle. But yeah, once again, it's just kind of like minor things where it's like, oh, if you want to like make a room a bit more decorated and you feel like it's a little empty, you can put this here or that there or something. Like, good example in all my industrial ones, like in this one, we're just gonna throw so much just random crap around this place once we're done. We're like, all the decorative stuff, I don't know if we're gonna do that today, but yeah, just having all that little extra nitty-gritty stuff, definitely not necessary. Like, good example on my breeding base, having a whole bar in it, it's like, that's not really necessary. You don't need to build a bar at your base with tables and lights and all that junk, but like, you can if you want to. It's like, oh, you got a base and you just got some extra room. I got room to build a bar, might as well. There you go. But yeah, I don't blame you for not being able to build all the decorative stuff. Once again, the more stuff you have at a base, the more laggy it's going to be, whether that's chests or other stuff. And especially if you're building big decorative stuff like that bar, it's just like, yeah, it can definitely cause your game to slow down. Like I said, even my PC struggles, but I will say my PC is pretty dog water as it is. It crashes frequently, blue screen and green screens, and on top of that, my Windows will just like stop working, in like my entire Microsoft Windows for my computer will just crash and I have to restart my computer. So yeah, my computer sucks, chat. That's why I need a new one, and why I'm hoping YouTube money will eventually help make it so I can afford a new one, because yeah, it's a pain, because people are like, oh yeah, well, don't put so much glass if your computer can't handle it. I'm like, you don't understand, my computer is super old and it's barely alive. That's why I can't handle it. If this computer wasn't blue screening and green screening, by the way, I've been trying to fix this thing for over a year, which is like why I've essentially given up. I've like replaced a lot of stuff on this, but yeah, it's just like, the only reason why my computer is laggy and has issues is not because of the stuff that I have in the computer, like the actual components. It's just because I can't figure out what's wrong with it. So, but yeah, TLDR though, yeah, understandable if you can't put all the decorative stuff. Once again, like I say, just to give ideas for stuff you could possibly do in the future, whether just on a separate base, or if you get a more powerful device to actually play Palworld on. It's like, yeah, you can always do that stuff in the future. But best way of putting it, just make sure you got the fundamentals and the important stuff down. Grow your videos, very helpful. Thank you, I appreciate that, smelly gang. Gang. But no, I appreciate that. I try my best to make my videos as informative on like the stuff I'm talking about as I can. Like I always say, I'm not exactly like the best player on the planet or anything. I definitely don't know every little nitty-gritty thing, but I know enough to hopefully help you guys out. So once again, I'm glad I could help you out. It's really kind of you to say. Let's go to the bottom floor. Put that layer in. Actually, like I was saying, bottom floor we might have to keep like this because it's really just the top 3 floors, because as you guys can even see with these van worms, that's where these guys kind of hang out. So obviously they drop downward, but I would prefer to just have these 3 kind of be the main safe ones, because glass is definitely not as strong as the other like refined metal ones. Really good vids, you're helping out a lot, especially with these builds. Hey, once again, I appreciate that, Deadly Sins. That's really kind of you to say. It's just like, yeah, that it seems like you guys are really enjoying the building videos. It's just like, that's something I enjoy to do in these types of games anyways. Like, I'll be honest, chat, as fun as it is to like see the end results of the upgraded pals, it's really boring to sit around for like hours on end to upgrade and get a good version of said pal. So that's why, at least with these, I'm like always doing something and actually enjoying myself the entire time, rather than just want to know what my here, this is what my Palworld guide or videos would look like if we were waiting for a guide. It would be my other monitors here, a video would be there, and this would be the stream. That would literally be the stream if we were just doing that. So that's why I like doing these kind of streams and builds and stuff, because that way it's like stuff I actually get to consistently do instead of just sitting around and waiting. But once again, I'm glad my videos can help you guys out, especially for the build videos. Like I always say, even if you don't, they're not meant to be followed to a T where you get everything exactly the same as mine. But if I can give you ideas of how you can structure your bases for however you play, that's more than I can say, or that's more than I can ask for, I should say. Let's see, let's start building these. This is where it's gonna get a little tricky, because let's see, I guess I could do this. Now, I guess the real thing is trying to eyeball it so these are kind of in the middle. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go, I need to take off my launchers, chat. Plasma cannon's gotta go, and also probably my, well, I guess we'll hide that for now so I can actually see. Problem with cool armor, chat, can't see what I'm doing while building. I'm kind of also eyeballing. Okay, so I guess that's fine where that is. That's probably middle-ish. Maybe not. That might be more middle. So let's see, where do these start disconnecting? Like right there-ish. So we'll build it like there. Now this is the hard part, chat, is actually kind of getting this in the same angle as the other one. And honestly, this is usually a bit easier to do before you build it. Once again, these might not be 100% perfect on there, but should be good enough. So then what you do, chat, first off, you get not that pal, get this, then without moving, and now you place the second one on top. And now what we'll do, walk this way, grab our storage chest again. Same kind of deal as the last one. So we'll kind of place it right there. And then I'm being dumb. Apologize. Now rotated it, but now we just place that there. Hope that's generally lined up. Once again, it's maybe a tad bit off. Might try to line it up one more time just to get it right, but other than that, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Let's try like right here. That's pretty dang close, chat. Just kind of eyeballing it. As good as it's gonna get for an eyeball, at least. Do you have any instant breeding mods? Just curious, because once I tried to download a mod and it did not go so well, so now I'm scared of trying again. I don't have any instant breeding mods. I do have my incubation times turned to 0, so like when you put an egg in an incubator, it's just immediately ready to go. But no, I kind of for that same reason, I'm always worried about, especially with how much time and stuff I put into this one specific world, I'm very iffy about adding those kind of mods just for that exact reason of I don't want my game to get corrupted. The only mods that I've used on this world specifically are less restrictive building mods. So like, good example, we're building a mega base. And I pretty much built platforms all over a lake, and you can't normally do that without that mod, so that's why I did that. Plus it doesn't affect anything even if I don't, because it's like a program that you open and then you just close it once you're done, and it doesn't affect anything when you close it. The only thing you can't do is that if that item that's built in a restricted spot gets destroyed, you can't build anything there again, so you'd have to turn on that mod again. But other than that, it doesn't do anything. So that's why I use those. But anything else that, like, yeah, it's just like for that exact reason, I'm pretty scared about adding any of this stuff, especially anything that you literally add files into the like mods. You actually add files into all the other files of the game. Those I really don't trust personally, just because I'm worried for that exact reason. But nope, I don't use any sort of breeding mods. I just turn down my incubation times to 0, so I don't have to wait like an hour or like 20 minutes or whatever the times are for breeding. But I'm pretty happy with that though, chat. In terms of these chests, now we just gotta do the same thing here. Oops, Anubis was already pulled. So we'll have to get jiggy with it and delete these walls again. And I also delete all of them just because I don't trust any of the clipping or snapping in this game. I'd rather just have it as clear as I possibly can. So it's unnecessary, but I do it anyways. We'll go like that. And let's do this actually. Let's build this one right away. So that's just built and ready to go. Go. And now we'll do the lineup, and the walk will be hopefully a little easier. So that honestly looks pretty good, to be honest with y'all. Like right there, I think. Now let's do that, kind of make sure this is still lined up. Looks pretty good. Oops. But chat, like I said, this is literally why I bought a whole new controller, because stick drift makes this literally impossible to do this kind of stuff. It's like, it was so frustrating that, like I said, every time I try to build anything, this would happen. I'd literally to be honest, it's funny. It's actually kind of hard to do with this controller right now, but it's like literally I would be playing it and just be doing this every single time I build. I'm like, this is painful. I really respect that when it comes to a Palworld YouTuber like yourself. I appreciate that. I mean, let's just say this. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm like against using mods. I think especially like depending on the game, mods can really enhance a game and improve it. Like I know there's like the mod that literally makes the Pals Pokemon. Like I know that exists. You can literally have Palkia in this game. But it's like there's a bunch of other ones that are like changing like armor like designs and like making the helmets not just, or making them like helmets instead of just the visors that we see right now. And it's just like there's a bunch of cool stuff you can do, more items, more decorative items and like building structures. But once again, I don't want it so where it's like, first off, especially with how frequently the game's still updated, like once the game's kind of slowed down on like being fully updated and the game's like fully out and all that stuff, then it's better to use mods. Because the problem with the mods is that with the game being updated so frequently, it's the second there's a new update and all those mods that were out are now out of date. So unless they come back and update those mods for the new mod, or for the new update I should say, all those mods won't work. So it's just like, especially when it comes to like, once again, decorative items and like actual like items added to the game, like different like building structure things, it's like I don't want to have it. So it's like I put that stuff in, it's cool for a month or two, then an update comes out and then my game like breaks. That's also why, pro tip, save your worlds, save backups of your world on console. I don't know how that works or if that's even possible. If it's not, I'm sorry, but if you're on PC, save your world as frequently as you, if you have more than 50 hours on your world, save just backup files of it. You never know, especially with the game being early access. It's better to be safe than sorry. Like I try to save backups of my world fairly frequently. Actually, once I'm done building this base, I will be saving another one of it. Yeah, once again, unfortunately, consoles, I don't own either Xbox or PlayStation, so I don't really know much about that these days. But yeah, if there's a way where you can, or even make a duplicate of your world, if that's possible on console. I don't know if that's a thing. I know in like Minecraft and other stuff you could do that stuff. But yeah, if you can make in some way, shape, or form, either by making a duplicate of that world or something, find a way to save your game, because it'll be a lifesaver. Because I've seen so many people be like, me and my friends were on a dedicated server and we lost everything because of an update when it deleted our entire world. And it's like that even happened to me and my buddies on our dedicated world during, once again, like the OG days of like Palworld being out. So it's like, yeah, once again, just make sure to save your worlds if you can. Yeah, I think it's dumb. I think that a lot of consoles should be able to do that, where it's like because like you can save like games on like those hard drives. Why can't I save like specific stuff, like the specific files also on that hard drive, you know? So, but I agree, I think it's a little dumb. All right, let's build our wall back here. Go. Yeah, the more I'm seeing it, chat, especially now I'm seeing like these trees and stuff, I'm kind of like looking through the glass. I definitely think the double layer was a smart move. So once again, chat, nice call. Spend extra on this. Yeah, I agree. That's honestly one of the main reasons why I stopped playing on Xbox. I'm like, I'm tired of paying for Xbox Live. So I just stopped doing it. It was just plus my Xbox was literally gonna explode anyways. Literally when I turn it on, it goes. I'm like, oh, that's probably not a good noise. So I don't use it anymore. And the new consoles are all like what, like $500+ these days, and I'm like, I don't have that kind of money. Chat, when I have 5 animals and I live by myself, like, I don't have the money to be dropping $500 on a console unless I save up for months. Like, maybe when I was 16 it'd be different, but not these days. Heck, I gotta buy a new PC for content creation. Like, I don't have time to be spending 500 of that on a console. And that's not even including games and stuff. At least with a PC, I can, like, edit videos and play games at the same time. But once again, that's just because I make videos and do other stuff, so. But, yeah. Getting 2 to 4 free games a month. Keeping them forever in a library is nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know they got their the Xbox, I forget what it's called these days, but like the Xbox Pass or whatever. I had it for a while. It just, the thing is that unless you do something like that, it kind of is a waste of money after a while. A good example, like my example of why it was a waste for me personally, is I played Sea of Thieves. That's how I first got into it, through Game Pass. That's what it was. But through the Game Pass, that's where I tried Sea of Thieves. And then after like 6 months of playing the game, I'm like, that's the only game I played on Game Pass, because I kind of started like, because most of the other games I played were like free to play. Like I played like Smite and stuff, and Fortnite and whatever. So it's just like, I've paid the equivalent of this game, if not more, through Game Pass. So I might as well just buy the game. And then after that point, I got rid of Game Pass. But let's just say this. It's good for trying out games and stuff that you don't have, or like you said, saving games in your library. But other than that, it's like, yeah, unless you're doing that, it's not really worth it. It's kind of like my same thing with like live streaming services. Like, I'm big into anime. I have had a Crunchyroll and Funimation account, but my main problem is that, especially right now, because I only watch One Piece for the most part, what I'll do is I'll like keep up with one show, and then like for the rest, like I'll like just watch it when the full season's out or whatever, like Demon Slayer or something like that. But long story short, I was like, is it worth it to buy or like pay like $15 a month for 4 episodes of a show a month? You know what I mean? So that's why, like, when I do these like subscriptions now, I'll just like wait, I'll cancel it for a couple months. Like I'm gonna be canceling my Crunchyroll, what's it called? I'm gonna be canceling my subscription for that, because finished Daima, that's all done. Dragon Ball Daima is what I'm talking about. So I finished watching that, so now I'm gonna watch the Dragon Ball movies that I haven't watched yet, like Broly and Superhero. And then I'm going to go look up figures on characters for those movies, because I have Broly. I already have a Broly. He's hiding behind me. He's somewhere back there. Oh, I'm pointing to him. Here. I have Broly. He's right there. And obviously I have Goku and Vegeta. But need me Orange Piccolo. Oops. There we go. But yeah, long story short, it's all the kind of same thing. I'm like, do I find that stuff worth it? So it's the same thing with Game Pass, where I'm like, I'm not getting enough bang for my buck for what I'm using it for. So yeah, yeah, don't say Kakarot with it. I think we've talked about it before, but the people who made Dragon Ball Bridge, they make like an animated series on the villains of Dragon Ball that are in hell, and it's called Home for Infinite Losers, since that's like the censored version of hell. But yeah, it's funny, just like they had Broly in the most recent one, and someone said Kakarot, and he's like, what? Kakarot? Where? Yeah, literally. I'm just saying, I know people love the OG Broly, but he was kind of a bitch. His main reason for hating Goku is because he cried. Shut up. At least the other Broly has, like, let's just say this. I haven't watched the movie, so I actually don't know his, like, reasoning. But I do know, like, little bits and pieces, because obviously the movie's been out for so long. But it's just like, I know his backstory is way more reasonable than the Dragon Ball Z Broly. He's also not as broken in like the actual current version. I like the look of the new Broly. I I like the version where he was in a Saiyan armor. I like the kind of like the callback to the like original OG Broly. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm like, once again, not going to talk about manga stuff, but I will say the fact that Broly is canon in Dragon Ball now and is not just a movie villain is also just cool. Even if he's not as broken as the movie version, I'm just glad that he's a character in it. I think it's very cool. So I think Broly looks better than the Dragon Ball Super superheroes. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the OG design, and that's why I kind of like they like the it's more or less the same kind of deal when he's shirtless. But yeah, I don't know. Once again, I don't mind him being nerfed to fit into the world a bit better. It's just, yeah, I'm just happy that he's canon. So I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. Anyways, chat. So we got that. I think that's fine on chests. I don't think we're gonna do the same like storage thing as we did down below on the first floor, just because I don't think it's necessary. But I do want to maybe start figuring out some places where we can maybe start storing pals, or at least like for beds and stuff maybe, because I think we could start. We're gonna need some areas that actually have pals hang out and like sleep. So wonder if I can do something like this. Hold on. There. You think that would work, chat? I mean, I think it kind of looks a little ugly. Yeah, I mean, it could look worse, but maybe if we put like these on the corner, it'll make it look a little better. Well, that would have that in the way though, so maybe not. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of places that we could like make some extra room if we wanted to, for like either beds or anything else that we want to put in here. Do you know when 1.0 comes out? Sadly, I do not. It's probably not going to be for a while, would be my guess. So this, once again, at this point, this is a bit of a game of telephone, so don't take what I say like 100% as like fact. But from what I've heard from my community and what we've kind of discussed, it sounds like there was some sort of interview back before, I don't know if it was before Palworld was even fully not fully released, but like released in general, or if it was like shortly after it was released. But we were talking about how there was some sort of interview, how they're saying that they'd want to, like, when the game is like at 1.0, like being actually fully released and out of early access, they were saying they wanted to have it at like level 100, or they wanted to have the like level cap at 100. So that's why people are speculating that once we get closer to that level cap is when we'll actually get the full 100% like official release of the game. But yeah, other than that, it's all just kind of speculation. It could be something like we were talking about earlier with Ark Survival, where it's like in beta for like 4 years or something, and it just takes years for it to fully come out. But yeah, I'm not totally sure, to be honest with you. I would say probably not, unless they really bump the level cap up fast in a couple of these updates. I would say probably not for another year or two, just kind of based off of the levels and everything we're getting so far. It's like, it seems like, if going off of that information we just discussed, if that is true, then yeah, it seems like, and how frequently we get level boosts, it seems like a couple years could be when it's like quote unquote fully released. But I'm sure they'll be adding way more stuff before that actually happens. It's not like they're just gonna kind of add little things here and there. They're gonna be doing exactly what they're doing now, like adding new worlds. Heck, by the time the game comes out, they might have a whole nother map. So I mean, considering they added a massive island like Daybreak for an update, I could easily see them adding some sort of like extra map or something, or like a randomizer for the world layout or something. But yeah, sadly don't know that information. I don't even know, chat. Well, let's also put these staircases back in. I totally forgot about these. And I also don't mind having that one layer of wall right there. That's fine. Let's see. So there. They've said this summer a few months ago. Did they? See, I saw their little roadmap. I didn't see anything personally about it saying any sort of official release, but then again, I don't pay attention to every little bit of Palworld news. I'll usually just kind of like eyeball their Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, and then like I'll eyeball some of the other sources like Reddit and whatever. But maybe I missed that. If it's officially coming out like full release this summer, then they probably won't go for the 100 levels, but by full release. But hey, if it's technically fully released by that point, I'm not gonna complain. As long as they keep working on the game, that's all I'm happy about. I'm sorry, I'm still kind of like debating if I want this. I think we're gonna leave that there for now. We're just gonna start on the next level because I don't know. It's kind of like always the problem with building this stuff. I'm like, I don't know what I want to focus on, and having an ADHD brain doesn't help. Let's build the rest of these farms down here, or mining sites, just so it's like done. We can worry about any sort of extra decoration later, because I think we might do that double layering up here or something. We'll figure it out. I'm excited for more color options for buildings. Want to paint the walls colors. Yeah, see, once again, they just need to focus on some more of the... it makes sense that they're adding like a lot of like game exploring content and like stuff to keep you in the game. But I'm hoping as they kind of slow down on those updates that they give us more quality of life. Like this past update was definitely like what I'd consider a quality of life update. They didn't add anything, but they definitely did a lot of adjustments and added a lot of like things to like make the game better. Like good example, the different types of favoriting. That's so nice to have different layers of that. So like now I'm gonna have my, I can have my like attack piles favorited in a different way than my work piles and stuff. And then once again, that extra guild storage box that's like 10 times bigger than your regular pal box is so nice. I don't need a whole base just to store extra pals anymore. That was literally going to be my next base build, but sorry guys, that one might be scratched because that box pretty much is essentially what I was going to build, but it's in a 1x1 cube. It is this. This is a whole base worth of ideas, chat, right here. Isn't that incredible? We won't actually build it right here, but exactly, that's what I'm saying. The addition of the replaced building piece was amazing. If we could add change color. See, I saw someone else mention the replaced building piece. I don't know exactly what that means. Like, can you just swap parts? Or because I saw a couple of people mentioning that, but I wasn't fully sure what that means. Are you talking about like with like the walls or something? Can I like just like replace those? Welcome, Bird Built. I think exactly the person I was referring to mentioned that. I saw you mention that. Okay, interesting. Right stick. I could just be dumb right now, but I mean, I don't need to really even do it right now anyways, but that is very good to know. That is helpful. That means I can probably stop changing that out. I'll just have to, it's kind of like any other buttons that they change or add. It's like I'll end up fiddling with the outside of it. Hey, no worries. I mean, I kind of just stream whenever I can, so it's like, hey, tune in when you can. I appreciate it. But yeah, let's build this next layer of Mining sites. I'm just gonna put 3 wood ones just because we're not gonna need 3 of them. But like I keep saying, just the extra spots I can have for whenever we get new building sites. I hope they add a hexalite and like especially a chromite mining site. Like that would make things so much easier. It's just like it's so painful to go out and get that stuff. So I'm not gonna be able to have the same amount of gap between these, but we're gonna try our darndest to get as close as we can. So I think it would technically have to be like right here if we were to kind of, because it's more or less a full like block wide. I don't even know how to ever like describe what these are. Chunk, platform wide. The point is, it's like, it seems like the spacing I have is like 1 wide, so I'm gonna try to get that the same. It's just not get caught in everything else while snapping. That's the right direction. Cool. Yeah, let's do this. Let's just line it up with this. Trying to like look past my mic arm. We'll go like that and work off that. I mean, as long as we got enough room to kind of walk around, that's cool with me. This is supposed to be a mining base after all. Took me a while for me to get used to, but it gets so... Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, even the alignment and like snapping tool, once again, that's why I'm like okay at kind of working it these days, but like it's still a pain to work unless you like know how things properly like snap to each other and how the like which things will cause it to like auto connect to it and how close things are and what distance they'll just unsnap. It's like it's a pain, but once you figure it out, it's super helpful. Makes it way easier than once again going like this, like going like, all right, okay, that's an inch too much, okay, that's an inch too much that way, all right, that's an inch too much that way. It's just like, it's helpful once you figure it out, but the figuring out part can be tricky sometimes. I think what is perfect update would basically be where you eliminate mods by adding more settings, for example. I don't think, I kind of was reading the rest of it, but to pretty much, I do agree with that, which they are kind of doing. They are kind of still adjusting settings and stuff. But I don't think they should get rid of mods, just because I think, and this is how I kind of say it, if the creators and developers are smart, they'll look at what people are adding mods for and then make those mods into official things in the game, kind of like Among Us. But so like there was all those mods for that, but then the developers essentially took those mods, like a good example, the voice mods, where it's like, I forget what it is, I'm blanking on the term for it, but the closer you are, the easier you can hear people, the farther away, the quieter they get. Stuff like that they actually incorporated into the official game. So if Palworld and Pocket Pair is smart, they'll let these people keep doing mods. Obviously, don't take the Pokemon mod and put that into Palworld officially, obviously. But stuff like, once again, like there's an armor, a helmet mod to make it so it's not just a visor. They can do something like that. There's already been mods for adding transmogs onto your armors and making it so you can permanently have one type of armor color on or whatever. They did that recently with the appearance table thing. So it's just like, I don't think taking mods out would be helpful, but I think if they're smart, they'll look at the modding community and work with them to actually make the stuff that people are wanting and actually modding into the game and make that actually something people add. Like, good example, since there's a lot of decorative mods already, I'm hoping they'll kind of look at that and be like, let's take some of this stuff and incorporate it actually officially. So I was trying to grab my mouse. I killed Frieza. Sorry. You're gonna live dead, Frieza. Rest in pepperonis. See, that's a problem. This whole area over here is like my mouse area, so like any of the spot could be where my mouse is. I'm also kind of like catching up on chats. Y'all are typing large chats and my slow reading doesn't help. Yeah, exactly. See, once I am able to incorporate that, I think that's going to be a lot more helpful for at least like these building streams and stuff as well. So if I want to change any of that out. A friend of mine got an interview with the dev team to become a dev, so maybe my friend give insight in the future. Hey, that's very cool, Zach Woods. Hey, keep us all informed as well. Don't want your friend to get in trouble by leaking stuff, but if he ever wants to give us any insights on anything, Speakerhead Squad is always welcome to that info. Basically, they should add more setting options. I kind of got what you were saying, big boy. But yeah, like, essentially, like I was saying, if they just take some of that stuff that their mod community is already adding into the game and like including like settings. I mean, even the camera mode was a mod. And now they added that into the game, or the photography mode. So, which by the way, like I keep saying, this is going to make it so much easier for thumbnails, because I would literally take like a screenshot of quarter of my Palworld screen that wasn't like, didn't have my character and stuff in it, and that's what I use for my thumbnail. So now it'll be so nice to actually get a proper 1920 by 1080 like pic of Palworld instead of just a little like 400 pixel thing that I have to blow up and like enhance, and it's a pain. So, but yeah, it's, once again, that's one of those setting things right there where it was a mod where it's like that was in the mod community and now it's a thing. So that too, Zach, and just mods give more longevity just because people just add stuff to it, whether it's like, once again, the Pokemon mod or even just something as basic as the camera mod. It's just like the modding community makes games just better. It's just, once again, if Pocket Pair decides to actually incorporate those mods into the game officially so people don't have to like go out of the way or go out of their way to install those mods, I think they'll just improve their game even more. Yeah, exactly. Like, instead of alongside the incubation times, they could also add a setting for how fast pals actually breed and everything. Lost my world while moving in another Mac. I kind of lost. Oh, yikes. I hate see, we were just talking about that, nobody. This is why, chat, example right there. Everyone, if you haven't done it right now and you're able to, make a copy of your world. Make a backup of your world. Do it right now. Talking to you guys right now. I have multiple saves in my world. If my world like implodes on itself right now, I have a save from like 2 days ago. So what's your excuse? But no, in all seriousness, nobody. I'm very sorry to hear that. It like, that's why I save my world so much, because I'm so paranoid for that exactly happening. So I know, Coral, like I said, maybe if there's some way where maybe you can make a duplicate of your world just so you have like different like worlds of that, even if it's not like a literal like file saved somewhere. See if you can do something like that. I'm sure there's some way. Try look. Unfortunately, I don't have any guides on that, but I'm sure there's someone on console that has guides for how to like save your world so you don't lose it. Because once again, especially in early access, it is very likely for that to happen, unfortunately. Let's see. I just won't say my friend's name. So yeah, there you go. There you go. Just be like, whoa, guys, whoa, I heard this crazy leak. Don't know where it came from, but here you go. No, in all seriousness, don't get your buddy in trouble. But that is very cool if he like actually has a position there. That just even having a job like that, even if you can't like leak anything, is very cool. I lost a month of breeding Knocklims. 6 parallel, yeah. It sucks. It's just like it's painful to lose that stuff. And like I said, especially since I got like 3,000, yeah, I'd say like 3,000-ish hours of IRL time in this world. Like, I would prefer not to. I was doing that math, by the way, chat. I think at 5K hours, I'm gonna just make a video talking about how I generally feel about the game, because I was gonna do 10K hours, and then I realized that was literally a year of time playing the game, so I figured 5K hours is more than enough to talk about it. And then plus I can give some more insights on pals, like I can update some of my stuff, like my most frequently used pals video. I can kind of make a new one of that, because obviously there's a lot more pals, and I've changed how I played from when I was playing at 1,500 hours. So yeah, I'll end up making a new video on that in the future, but Yeah, like I said though, Chad, if you can, any way, shape, or form, especially if you're on PC, if you're on PC, you have zero excuse. You save your world right now, or I'm telling your mother. I don't care if you're already moved out and don't live with your mother. I'm telling her, and she will be disappointed. Like, Billy, Kyle, Steve, I can't believe you didn't save your world. I can't believe you done this. Let's see. How did I line this one up? Is it? I'm trying to see. Okay, so it's kind of on this first line, not the actual full metal. Okay, that's what I was trying to see. So technically, it's like that. Let's build this one. I'm pushing 4K on both Steam and Xbox, but I'm 8K. 2 accounts at once is a lot. Yeah, see, that's what I always say. It's like, if I were to like count my actual time playing, I'd say I probably played like actively playing probably like 2 to 3 hours out of like the 4K hours I have. But yeah, it's the problem is, and especially like I said, when you're making like upgrade gods on every PAL, where I'm going to not just try to get a certain set of passive skills on them, but also get an alpha version of that PAL with those skills on them. That takes a lot of time. It's just a lot of time sitting around. So it's like, yeah, I don't blame you 1 second, Bird build. I'll call you Bird just because it's easier. Like I always say, if I can come up with short versions to call everyone, it makes my life easier. But I agree, Bird. I just, yeah, sometimes in this game, and it's kind of the same with any similar kind of survival game like this. It's just like, no, don't even get me started on Ark. Sitting there for a day and a half for one dinosaur. So, yeah, it's a struggle. Yeah, I mean, like even Coral was saying too, it's just, yeah, sometimes you just gotta sit AFK, like especially when you get to the point where it's like you're not having to actively go out and do stuff all the time. Like, I got pretty much every legendary item, I've got pretty much every PAL I could need. If I don't, I can just have a breeding combination for them already. It's like there's very few things that I actually gotta go out and get, which is once again why I hate Hexalite and specifically Chromite, because unless I'm breeding a bunch of Sylvagiuses for that Chromite, same with Celestiers for Hexalite, I have to go out and get that, and it's a pain. There's no simple, even with 0 weight capacity, it's like it still takes hours to go get that stuff. Like, it doesn't help. I was probably 90% AFK in Ark. I'm gonna check. Yep, literally, exactly. You know the pain. It's just like, yeah, it's, man, I love Ark. I don't think I can do it again unless like every time I've hopped on it in the past like few years, I have always played with like really modded setting. Well, not like modded, but like adjusted settings, because for that exact reason. Ain't nobody got time for that, chat. Okay. That's weird. You don't want to. Okay, we're gonna try to eyeball this, since apparently every other farm it'll do the thing where it'll tell me where this border is, but no, I can just go all the way home with that one apparently. Whatever. No, same kind of deal. This is always the hard part, is I think that's as close as we're gonna get for that. So I have a base just for breeding. I'm always breeding just in case. What? Why do you think I built my new mega breeding base, Zach? That exact reason right there. It's just like, do you know how long it would take to get, like, because I'm aiming for like generally like 20 mining astagens. Do you know how long that would take, like, to get if I were to just have like 2 or 3 breeding farms? I'm like, I need like 3 for this. I need to also get transportation Wumpos, transportation Anubises, fully upgraded bees for honey. I need all this stuff. So I ain't got time for 3 breeding farms that even sitting AFK will get 20 before it clocks out and runs out of room. 21 if you count like the being fully ready to go, and then it spawns the second you pull out an egg. But still not as helpful as having 60 plus eggs ready to go. And that's also why I have all those storage chests for that exact reason. So if I'm lazy, luckily with the big incubation things, it's not as big of a deal. But it's like, yeah, that's why I have them, because it's like sometimes I'll just like huck them in there if I don't have time. Like, good example, if I'll like go to bed and do overnight farming, I'll just come in the morning and I'll just grab all my eggs. I won't hatch them. I'll just yeet them in chests, and then I'll just close my game for the day. Come back and check on things when I get home from work. This is very off. See, I wish I could snap the ones on top, but you really can't do that. So that's why it's such a pain for these. You got to just kind of eyeball and hope it's close enough. Yeah, what do you think you're doing? You ain't going mining, boy. You need to put these chests here. Oh, also, I'll mention this too, because I know people kind of see me kind of flip-flopping between using the advanced chests and the refined chests. This is kind of like my rule of thumb for these 2 different types of chests. Even though these hold more, they're kind of a pain to actually like place because they're just so wide. So my general rule of thumb for storing, by the way, is if you have small spaces for storage, definitely go for the advanced chest. Like in this area, this just makes more sense with the advanced chest. You get more area. But if you have a wide storage area, like a big storage room, always go for these chests, because you can just snack them so close. And since they made it much easier, like from the OG days of actually accessing chests, just having the like a storage system like this, you just get infinite more times more storage than trying to like build upwards. And then you don't have to have like weird building ladders and all that junk. It's just a pain. But yeah, so just a little tip, chat. If you have small amount of space for stuff, or just have or putting 1 or 2 chests down, go for the advanced. But if you're going for big storage rooms, always go for these. You can just fit a good jillion of these in there. Yeah, exactly, Frederick. It's like, I don't think there's been, except for maybe like the first time I played Ark, I don't think there's been a single time that I haven't had like adjusted settings in some capacity. Yeah, exactly. See, Zach, that's exactly why I was saying I was building these extra farms for here, because that's what I was hoping they were going to do for the pure quartz, which I'm glad they did. But that's exactly why I have like 3 stone ones and 3 wood, because I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we'll get the same kind of dealio with that we got for the pure quartz. So same situation for the hexalite and chromite, specifically chromite once again, because at least hexalite, it's like you can just run around Faybreak Island and like just mine it. But chromite, you have to like go out and like search and like go in caves and like get it from there, and then if you're lucky, just find a random one on the world somewhere. It's like it just needs to be easier to get. It's kind of like the oil thing, but once again, it's just it's the problem of playing the game before it's officially fully out, because like obviously they're gonna make this stuff way easier as the game evolves. So can you put a hanging sign on the storage lockers yet, or still ground sign? I know. Let's find out. Actually, I don't know. I haven't tested that in a bit. Can I put this like on here, or can I not? I will say you might be able to, nah, it looks like you can't, unfortunately. I will say you might be able to do something like that with the less restrictive mods if you ever download any of those. I always say, like we were talking about, those are the only mods that I really am fine using on my world personally, because they don't really damage the world in any capacity. They just make it so you can play stuff where you normally can't, and that usually doesn't crash your game unless you're doing something real crazy and really absolutely breaking the game with like boundaries and place and stuff. But other than that, it's like, yeah, for the most part, I found those mods to be fairly safe, especially since it's like a program you open where you just click one of your F keys to activate it, rather than like a literal file you download and throw into like the Palworld files. Welcome, Reno. I just saw your chat, so I figured I'd say hello right away. I just transferred some person in a box full of perfect pals in their person save this morning. I get the struggle brings time if anyone wants pals. Hey, there you go. See, and that's something that I've kind of seen, and I know that's definitely going to be a thing now in the future, where it's like money was eventually bound to get involved, but there's definitely going to be people that are going to make it like a full-time profession of being like just literally downloaded modded pals, or like naturally doing it, which sounds like this is how you're doing it, and just like selling them to players. It's essentially going to be CSGO skins, but with little squishy pals. So, but that's very kind of you to offer that, Bird. Thinking about making YouTube and leak future updates on it. I mean, you do use Zach, and what definitely would be nice for everyone in the community, of course, just make sure not to get yourself in trouble, because I know some of the, I don't know how Pocket Pair is going to be, but obviously some companies can get pretty upset about leaks, so just make sure you don't get yourself in trouble. That's all I'll say. But at the same time, you do you. I'm not your parent, so, but just be safe, my friend. Rest in peace, camera battery. Oh my, there we go. Let's see, the adventure part of it, or that's the adventure part of it. If it was all in the base, wouldn't make sense to add maps and things. I'm not totally sure what you mean by that. Maybe I'm just like only understanding part of it because it was from your previous message, but, or maybe it was just because it was something I was talking about prior. Hold on, let me reread that. That the adventure part of it, because if it was all in the base, it wouldn't make sense to add maps and things. Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what you mean, but I'm sure it makes sense to you, and I'm sure it's a good idea or good thought. I apologize. I actually don't mind. I also mentioned I'm very illiterate, so if it just, the sentence actually just doesn't make sense and I'm just reading it and can't make sense, my stupid brain, I apologize. I actually don't mind the best stuff being an active grind to get. Yeah, that's fair. If you play the weight with weight on, you'll be overrated long before you run out of caves you get chromite from. That's fair. That's a very fair way of putting it. Once again, just depending on how you all play it and everything, just, yeah, it's just, once again, it would be nice to have some ways of doing it. Obviously, it would make the game much easier, and some people like that struggle, but yeah, as someone who is just like, I'm good chilling at this point, I would like them. But yeah, I definitely see what you're talking about. At least just like the general grind of the game is what keeps it enjoyable, so I get you there. Is there a mod to have a sign on them? If so, that would be the only mod I would use. I don't know if there's like a specific mod for it, but I'd assume if any mod would do it, it would be a less restrictive mod, because a lot of those are like overlay objects with each other, place objects in places where you normally can't place them in the air, place it without or place it like on water and stuff. At least the mods that I was using, I got them on Nexus mods. But yeah, it's essentially just a program you turn on, and it like turns off a lot of the barriers and restrictions. So if any sort of mod in the Palworld community at this time would be able to do that, one of those mods for less restrictive building would be it. All legit breeding, but I thought about how it's gonna be a thing where people sell them. I bet it's already happened. I guarantee it. And then the sad part is that those people probably don't realize that those people are literally just going into a PAL editor mod and just literally spawning in PALs with max stats and selling them. It's just like, but like I keep saying though, I personally like this, so if I ever do any sort of tournament in the future, I don't have to do that and hire a modder or get some sort of mod to like mod people's pals in, and people can just put their pals in the pal box and then just bring them into the tournament world instead of, like I just said, all that extra work. So, but yeah, long story short, anyone in chat listening right now, don't buy pals. If you do, no offense, you're stupid. Like, especially like if you don't know if the person's doing it legit or not. Like if it's someone like Bird where they're doing it legitimately and that's like what like you actually like care about, then yeah, I understand maybe paying them for their time for that. That's a little different. But it's like if you don't know the person and they're just giving you a text file or whatever, like you never know if they just, once again, just had a mod and just spawned in a maxed version of that and they put in zero work, but now you're paying them $10 for a pal that you literally could have gotten yourself if you just downloaded a mod. So yeah, TLDR, don't buy pals with real money. There will be someone out there who will max out every pal. So exactly. Let's see, Reno, also welcome. Reno, I don't know if I saw you in chat earlier. Oh yeah, Reno, you were the one that said hey, what's up earlier. Yeah, I agree, breeding is a pain. I've been trying to get Alpha Xenolord with these specific stats and I have zero success. Ironically, even though I've already made like an upgrade guide on Xenolord, I think the specific one that I want, or at least the combination of skills I want, I've still not gotten an alpha version of that, and I've officially given up because I don't have the time to just sit here to be smashing down Xenolords anymore. But yeah, it's a struggle. Breeding is the #1 struggle in Palworld out of anything. How long have I been playing Palworld? Too long. Since the game came out, essentially, and I got like 4K hours in it. Like we were talking about, some of those are from just AFK sitting around, but I'd say at least a solid 2 to 3K. I couldn't give you like an exact number. Obviously, it's a very widespread, but at minimum 2K of those hours is like actively playing and like doing stuff in the game. And that's if I'm really like estimating downwards. Yeah. Once again, Bird, it's just one of those things where it's like you'll get the very small community of people that will try to make make some money off of it. Maybe not a killing, but just some money off of it. And then unfortunately, you'll have that same similar group of people on the opposite end where they will want these fully upgraded pals and they will go out of their way and pay people like $10 for literally something they can do in a mod for free. So, but it'll unfortunately happen because money runs the world, sadly. But let's just hope there's enough smart people out there where that market doesn't take off and then I literally have to deal with gambling people as well. Those kind of people. Because some CSGO people, no offense, they're a little annoying. Like the funny bits people are fun, but like the gambling side of like CSGO is like painful. It's just like I don't want Palworld to be that. I don't want Palworld to become CSGO skins essentially. I don't feel bad for anyone who bought that Trump meme coin. Anyone who buys anything that, if anyone buys any sort of crypto coin that ends in meme coin, you're an idiot. That's all I have to say on that fact. If you buy a coin as like a genuine investment that has the word meme in it, you're an idiot. I'm sorry, I'm generally a nice guy, but you're stupid if you do that. It literally has meme in it. I see a couple other chats, but I saw yours, Bird, about saying I have no place in my heart for gambling. See, that's my problem with having extremely bad ADHD. That's why I don't gamble. It's not because I don't enjoy gambling. It's because if I learned how to gamble, I would become addicted and I would be homeless again. And I feel like not doing that. So, also the first time I was homeless was not like because I was gambling or doing anything bad. I was just, yeah, bad financial situation. But yeah, TLDR. That's why I don't gamble. It's not because I don't think it's fun. I've played blackjack plenty of times, and that's the only gambling thing I know, and I've only done it for no money. So, yeah. Oh, I was smart, and I sold the second that's puppy sniped up. I had Dogecoin. I put a fat couple hundred into that, and I pulled out toward, not at the very peak. I definitely pulled out during the drop, but I still got, I don't know, like a couple hundred from Dogecoin, and I definitely made profit from Dogecoin. But yeah, let's just say this, I have old roommates that I'm pretty sure, I don't know if they ever sold, but I know they definitely didn't sell until at least months after I did, and the hype was down. But yeah, rest in peace anyone else still holding on to Dogecoin and hoping that'll bounce back up. But yeah, I agree too, Frederick. I was also surprised to make any starter. I bought it. I'm like, all right, I got nothing better to do. I'm living with roommates. I have a couple of $100 to throw into this meme coin. Because I was already kind of interested in crypto. So I was like, I'm just going to take like X amount and just throw it into like coins and just try my hand at it. Didn't work out for the most part, but yeah. Same kind of reason why I also stopped doing crypto. It was kind of like gambling as well, which is another reason why I kind of backed out of that, besides the point of it wasn't really successful in any capacity. Let me catch up on these couple of chats that I'm reading, and then I'm going to switch camera batteries chat. People are even selling modded pals with like 800. Yeah, see, that I could see happening more frequently is people modding in or paying for pals that are like have like above the actual maximums like stats the pal can like normally have. Like you said, 800k. Like I'm sure there will be people who will sell modded versions of like Zoe and Griswold and all those bosses you used to be able to catch and capture and stuff. I'm sure there's still codes and stuff for them. Like they literally still do exist in the game. So it's like, I'm sure there's probably going to be a way for someone to mod those and sell those types of, I'm sure there'll still be some sort of market. Let's just hope people aren't dumb in paying for, like, once again, stuff you can just normally get in the game if you just either A, put some time in, or B, you just went into a PAL editing mod and did it yourself. So it's like, but yeah, there will be a few examples where it's like, maybe if you just don't know how to mod and you want something like that, sure, pay 10 bucks, whatever. But like, let's hope the market's not too crazy for that. So you have the one PAL that's called Dark Meat, and the meaty looking one. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I did see that. I saw some videos of some of the unreleased PALs. I don't know if those are like just ones that, once again, they were just cut, or if they're actually ones that are gonna be added. But I did see the one that looked like a Dark Lunaris. So, but yeah, great example. It's like, also if you just like want to add like special modded PALs with like special variants or something, there will be some sort of market for it. Just who knows what it'll be. Let's just hope it isn't cancerous, essentially. Yeah, see, there you go, Bird. If you got into coins in the early days, like Bitcoin, when it like first, like, let's just say, I remember when I was like in middle school, like my buddies were starting to talk about Bitcoin and stuff like that. I'm like, that's stupid. And how wrong I was, chat. So hey, there you go. I've heard a lot of stories of people like, yeah, they're just like, oh, I bought like a Bitcoin out of a whim and now I'm like rich. So anyone who invested early, smart. There you go, Zach. And once again, if you're lucky about that, know what you're doing, and kind of make some good calls, you can make some decent money off it. But I would say it's a very, very small percentage of people that actually get that, and that also don't screw it up and like invest in a different coin and lose it all. So yeah, literally. Once again, like I said, that's why I stopped messing with cryptocurrency, because it essentially is like gambling. Unless you're the type of person that invests in one coin, like Bitcoin, and you just put your money in and don't ever touch it again until like 10 years later. That's different. That's like an investment at that point. But like other than that, it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. I tried the same thing with like stocks, but it's like, yeah, kind of same dealio. Unless you know what you're doing, it's pretty dicey. South Jersey was exposed to people who are affected by gambling every day. It really helped me to stay the heck away from it. Yeah, just like I live in a near city with a massive casino, and it's just like, yeah, as I say, there's a lot of homeless people, and I can guarantee at least some of them are from gambling, at least in that city. Yeah, I was gonna say, there you go. See, the main thing is, like I was even saying though, about even if you make that much from crypto, the main thing is you got to make sure that you're not spending more than you made, and if you are, you better have a way to get money back, is what I'd say. Like good examples, like you end up like with that money, you'd like spend it on other businesses and stuff, and actually make some other side incomes instead of, once again, just freeloading off that money, because eventually that will run out. And especially with the economy these days, like inflation is more insane than it's ever been. So 600k in today's value, I mean, your buddy probably got a lot. I forget how much he said, but yeah, it's just like it TLDR, it's, yeah, 600k is just like 10-20 years ago, definitely, like, yeah, that's very impressive. And in economy these days, it's like shit, like normal houses are like $1 million these days. That's why everyone is like, anyone who is like under the age of like 20 is never gonna be able to buy a house. So it's just like, and obviously it's a little different because your buddy bought a condo outright, but it's just like, yeah, it's just like, once again, it's just like something like, best way of putting it, that condo that he bought probably would have been like 300k, like maybe more or less. I don't know total inflation numbers, but all I know is it's a crazy amount. It's a crazy amount of inflation, where it's like 10-20 years ago, that condo would have been like significantly less. It's just like, money sucks, chat. Let's just hope it all implodes in one day and we just start from scratch and everything's a nickel again. I'd appreciate that. My brother invests in new coins, and for the most part, I'm covering that, ends up making money from them. See, once again, it's what, like, if you're also like in the know about that stuff, it's kind of like just like the stockbrokers. It's like, you got to be invested in that 100% and essentially make that your profession if you plan on going into that, because it's not something you can like kind of like half-ass, because you really got to know, like, especially like once again, I don't know what your friend specifically does for his coins and stuff to make money. Maybe he's just really good at spotting which ones will be good, or maybe he's just good at pulling out the money before everything crashes. But yeah, it's just like, you pretty much got to be eyeballing that stuff 24/7 if you want to make sure you don't get screwed over and like lose 500k out of nowhere because, oh, all of a sudden this dropped like a rock. So hopefully what I said makes sense. But I mean, hey, yeah, maybe he's just really good at making those calls. All I know is I am not, which is why I don't do that. You must be Canadian like me, so expensive now. That condo is probably over $1 million. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm in the US, but yeah, it's just like like I know like some houses, like in some places, like my buddy's parents bought a house for like $1 million. In all reality, it's not like a crazy nice house, but hearing that that house cost $1 million, you're like, that's crazy. It's just like it's wild. It's just like, especially the area I live in, Wisconsin. I won't like give like full nitty-gritty details of like where exactly, but like a lot of places, if you're near the city, like within, I'd say probably an hour, are pretty insanely expensive. Like I know like where my parents used to live, or at least my dad used to live and rent from. The city he rented from for, I think it was a 3-bedroom apartment. I think he was paying like almost 2,000. Yeah, I think he was paying like 1,500 to almost 2,000 a month for it. And it's like, it wasn't super crazy nice or big or anything. It was just like an average like 3-bedroom apartment. Obviously 3-bedroom, still a pretty decent sized apartment. But when you have a husband and wife and 3 kids living in that place, and like they're not like little kids, it's like teenage kids, it's like you kind of need a little room. So wouldn't say people under 20 can't buy, because you save some money at once for actually running it up. I mean, yeah, there is like the saving, but like in all reality, with how, because another thing too is just a lot of these businesses, especially if you're like not in a very well-paying job, is that a lot of these businesses, inflation and stuff keeps going up in price, but businesses aren't paying employees more. So it's like, that's why it's so crazy, because once again, like, you obviously different times and everything, and still more or less kind of equivalent kind of money, but like you hear people like in their like 70s and 80s like, I bought my house for 10K, and it's just like, in these days you're like, if you buy a house for 10K, you're not buying a house, you're buying a shed in someone's backyard. So I agree, if you are able to save, but in all reality, like I said, it's like the gap between like how much businesses actually pay their employees versus how much stuff is going up in price is not equivalent. So it's not impossible, but I would definitely say it is much more difficult to own a house these days, like outright, and not be paying it off for 10 plus years in like a loan or something. So I agree with you there. Not impossible, just more difficult. I'm going to read these few more chats, and then I know I've been sitting here for a minute. I'm going to change camera batteries. I'm just trying to catch up. Like I said, y'all are typing a lot, so it's a lot to read. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. I mean, like I said, it's not like it's impossible to make decent money these days. It's just, like I said, it's more for the average person. Like, good example, like someone who works like a retail job a majority of their life, or like that kind of like wage pay. It's like someone like that, maybe like 40 years ago, could afford a house if you had someone else with you and figure that out. But like, even these days, you could have 2 parents working, or not even parents, like single people working full-time jobs and living together, and they wouldn't be able to even afford a house. So it also depends, obviously, where you live and stuff too. That's a huge factor too, and where you're buying your house. But yeah, it's just expensive, unfortunately. But like I said, it's not impossible to make money. I'd say, in all reality, it's also easier to start making a lot more money these days due to the opportunities that the internet gave people to have online businesses and stuff and expand their business that way. So in that case, it's also easier to make more money in like other side hustles compared to back in the day when stuff was a lot less money. So I don't know, pros and cons of things. Just wish we could have the best of both worlds. That's all I can say. Brain surge and that money is make. Yeah, there you go. See, once again, if you kind of like the problem that the reason why people that earn a lot of money fast go broke quick is because they don't reinvest it. But if you do something like that, where it's like you use that money to like pay for schooling for like a job that will make you some big money anyways, like that's a great way of doing it. It's like you pretty much set yourself for life, and then you just continue it on. Like a good example, if I ever get a bunch of money, I don't plan on upgrading my house or anything. I might get a couple of nicer things and buy some figures that I've always wanted, but other than that, I'm investing in my music label. I'm going to invest in my YouTube channel, probably hire editors for like, make sure I have money to like have editors on like deck for like years. But like, yeah, I'd reinvest in the stuff. Gonna go buy dinner. Enjoy your dinner, Coral. Coral, your mom's dead, Coral. I'm sorry, I always love joking about that. Chicken nuggies, what's up, Jobo? I'll bring chat some chicken nuggets. Sweet. My dad offered in stock in Microsoft when it was still a startup. He was in the place. Could spare the money for it. Nobody would have. Yeah, once again, it's kind of one of those things where it's like the people who end up being big usually are the people that are willing to take those risks. So it's like, I mean, obviously if you can't financially afford it, that's a whole nother situation. But like, yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you never know what's going to be the next big thing. So I would say if you're the type of person that's into investing and stuff like that, just make sure to do your research before investing. Once again, don't just hop on a meme coin just because Hawk Tua girl said it's the next best thing. She's like, spit on that coin. Is she going to jail yet for that, by the way? Probably not. I can't wait for every single one of these crypto scammers to just all go to prison at once because like some federal law comes in and just like nukes them all. I can only dream. Greenland's marketing baby. There you go. Once again, prime example of what I was mentioning about like the more opportunities for like stuff. Like I'd say freelancing, since the internet became a thing, is such a bigger market than it ever has, just for that exact reason of like you actually can like market to anyone across the world now instead of being like stuck and kind of shoehorned in your little community where you're at, and that's like all the business opportunities you have, unless you're looking in the newspapers and all that kind of junk or whatever you do back in the day for finding jobs in other cities. It's like the internet makes it a lot easier to start side businesses. So as much as like big corporations aren't paying big, there's a lot of other ways these days to make other forms of money. I'm going to school for business. I'm getting my uncle's oil company, opening a pool contract your business. Very cool, Zach. That sounds awesome. I saw that Shed getting sued for all the money she made. Wait, who's getting sued for all the money she made? Oh, it's Hawk Tua girl. You said it said. I thought it was Shed, and you meant she. I was like, well, who's Shed? But yeah, once again, it's just like, I think once again, because cryptocurrency is like, technically it's been around for like a decade at this point. It's been around for over 10 years. But like, since it's like becoming more of a problem these days with rug pulls, I genuinely think like the government is going to take over and be like, you can't just like steal, like the like 14-year-old kid who like rug pulled like 60K. No offense, those people are idiots. Once again, if you're just paying for any sort of meme coin, I already assume you're already a few brain cells short. But like, yeah, it's just like the fact that like a kid can get away with that with essentially no repercussion, and then like the internet has to take, like, I don't know if it was true, but I heard like rumors and stories of like people stole the kid's dog unless he paid, and then unless he paid the money to everyone back, it's just like they'd like do something to his dog. It's like, I know, I'm sorry, I got caught up in talking about stuff, to be honest, I'm probably not qualified to talk about, but it's a good conversation, chat. I'm gonna go change batteries. We'll be back in a minute, and then we're gonna finish building, because I got stuff I gotta do later today. It's already like 5 p.m. So we'll BRB, chat, and then we'll kind of start building probably this top layer, then we'll kind of wrap things up. So BRB. Sorry I've been talking so long. I'll just have to chat once again. Once I start making that big YouTube money, I'll buy a camera that actually fits on a tripod that I can put a dummy battery in, because that's the whole reason why I got changing batteries in the first place. But BRB. We back. Hi. When I graduate from college, I'll buy you a good camera to help you out. I like helping. That's very kind of you to say. I mean, no, let's just say this. Let's hope that the YouTube thing works out so then I don't even need that from you. That way I can just do it myself. Plus, this is just random side tangent. I don't know about all you guys, but I'm one of those people that feels bad when people like give things. Obviously that's like a crazy amount. I don't expect you to ever actually do that, but like even little things, like when people in like my own life give me stuff, I'm like awkward about it. I'm like, I feel bad. I feel like now I gotta give you something in return. Hopefully I'm not the only person that feels like that, but like that's how I feel about gifts. I'm just like, I feel bad. I graduate this winter online college. Very cool. Well, I hope you get through it nice and easily. I gave up on college because honestly my ADHD kind of caused me to fail, because I didn't turn in any homework, and my teacher literally told me you would have passed if you turned in homework, which literally every teacher in high school told me that homework didn't count in college, but I was lied to, because apparently it did, and I failed, and then I dropped out. It's okay. I was gonna try to be a cop anyways and probably get shot, so I'm much happier sitting in this chair right now than doing that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I give respect to the boys in blue. I got some friends that are cops, but yeah, being 5'6" and 120 pounds also isn't exactly a good combination for being a cop. Same reason why I didn't go into the military. Well, hey, that's nice of you. I would just say, make sure, what I personally do for homeless people is I'll like give them food and stuff. I usually don't give money, at least in the area that I live in, just because there's a lot of drug problems and alcohol. Let's just say this, for those who know Wisconsin, we're like one of the most alcoholic states in the United States. So there's a lot of people who are alcoholics. So that's why, at least in my specific area, you usually give them food rather than money, because they're just immediately gonna go and, like, I literally saw a homeless lady get given money and then immediately go into the drugstore around the corner and buy a tall boy and a pack of ciggies. So that's why I mean, it's very kind of you to do. I'd say as long as you're like in an area where you know it's not like a major drug problem or whatever, I'd say that's definitely like the right thing to do. But yeah, like unfortunately in my area, as much as I'd like to give people money, I know they would just go spend it on alcohol or much worse things. So I hate writing essays in college. Oh, I sucked at writing essays in college as well. It's a struggle. Yeah, let's just say this. I was your average C student in any school stuff, but once again, a lot of that is just due to having ADHD and not really being able to sit down and do stuff that I don't want to do. That's why, good example, Palworld streams. In all reality, chat, if I could do this and not have to worry about money, I'd probably be streaming every day for like 10 hours. But like the fact that I have to worry about money and other stuff, I can't. But like with my ADHD locking in on stuff I enjoy, like Palworld, I could literally play this all day. There's a reason why I have like 4K hours on it, and at least like 2K of it is like actively playing. Once again, that's like a really low estimate too. It's probably more like only like 1K of sitting around, because even when I'm like waiting for stuff to breed, I'll like go do stuff. Like, good example, when I was waiting for stuff to breed before the more ways of getting like pal fruits, I would literally go and just hunt or mimogs in the meantime while my pals were all breeding and whatnot. Let's sleep. And then let's build this upper part. So I had a couple ideas of how I want to do this, chat, for this upper part, because this is the fun part. This is the part where we get to just decorate and have some funsies with it, because this is like my room per se. So we get to do some stuff here. For starters, I think we're gonna do some different stuff with the beds. I think one thing I might do. All right, hear me out, Chad. Let's try this, and you guys tell me how you feel about it. Place this. We're gonna place this. We're gonna place this. And then we have this, and we can maybe place something up here. I don't know if it's beds or something, but do we like that, chat? Just this in general? We can even change the materials if we want to, but do we like that or no? I just don't know. Because once again, I'm trying to make room for beds, because like we were talking about before, the large beds is honestly the main problem at this base, is I need to make sure I have room for that. I will mention that even with this being a mega base, there's no way I'm going to be having 50 pals work at this base, so we could try to fit 50 beds in here, but I don't think we'll need them. I think we'll just do the math of how many guys can work at each spot and kind of go off that. But yeah, we'll see. Let's see. Hunting Mimogs is the only time I ever have used Tombat's ability. I was gonna say, yeah, does Tombat do something? I don't know what Tombat's ability is, or is it just a pal you like to use for hunting Mimogs? Because I don't think he does anything unless he helps you drop neutral, or else neutral pals drop more items. Where is Tombat? I always forget. He's like way lower on. There he is. He's so low on the list considering how early you can find him. Dex location. Oh, yeah. That's not a bad... so, see, I could actually see that being helpful. Because in a lot of cases, I'll be honest, it is sometimes tricky if you don't know, like, the general spawn locations of pals versus regular chests. I could definitely see that for, like, a newer or, like, intermediate player kind of being useful for. But... like I always say in my videos, I use Catris because of that, the boost to items dropped by neutral pals, but I could see that being useful. I could see that sonar ability being useful. Like, sometimes they, especially in tree and, like, forest areas, it's already hard enough to see pals in that, so, like, I could understand using that and, like, being like, oh, that's not a chest over there in those trees, that's a Mimog. So, I could see it. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, see, once again, not to just give specifics of where I live in Wisconsin, but, like, at least where I used to live, I guess I can say where I used to live. I used to live in Milwaukee, and I was, like, more or less in the heart of it. In fact, where I used to live was, like, right next to a homeless shelter, which is why I know all about this. But, yeah, there's a lot of alcoholics in Wisconsin, and unfortunately that converts over to the homeless population as well. Yeah, help finding them coral. Yeah, once again, yeah, see, and that's kind of the thing, once again, like I always say about these upgrade guides, that's what's really fun about them, because I get to try out pals and their abilities that I normally don't try out. Like, here's a spoiler for my future guide that'll be hopefully coming out within the next day or so. If you guys notice, I have Prickster in my thing. That's because he's currently the pal I'm using, or that's gonna be the next upgrade guide. But from what I can tell, upgrading their partner skill doesn't make their ability any better, because their ability, for those who don't know, it helps you find the end of a dungeon. So what it'll do is it'll put a little icon, like you see the little house icon on my map right now. Essentially, it shows that on your mini map or on your compass. And as far as I can tell, there isn't any sort of difference between a non-upgraded, like a level 1 partner skill Prickster versus a level 5 partner skill Prickster. I timed it. They both have the icon on your compass for a minute. They both can do it from the spawn, from what I can tell. Unless it's something I'm missing, like there's not a difference between it. But once again, it's just like that, those little things where it's like, unless I actually make these upgrade guides, I wouldn't have known that. So kind of one of those things where, once again, why I personally like making those things. If you stack normal beds, it's super effective, and then just do a few pal pods for the ones that need it. Oh, that's true. Oh, can any size pal fit in the pal pods and not have any issues, Bird? I never see. I just recently learned that pal pods are essentially just beds. I literally didn't know what they did or what they're for until recently. But do they work for like all size pals, or do they have to be? Because I know they're not that big, but like, will any size pal fit in it fine? Yeah, I have a radar, never use that. Alright, I'm trying to speed run through these. Once I have an end game world, I want to have max events every pal to test their abilities. Exactly why I'm doing it, Coral. Exactly why I'm doing it. Oh, I use Catris for when I kill them. Oh, there you go. See, that's smart to use Tombat and Catris in tandem with each other. That's the best way of doing it. Frederick. What's the one pal that has the white wings? You use combat. I use combat for Mimogs. If you're talking about Quivern, like the white dragon. Other than that, I'm trying to think. Obviously, there's Frost Stallion has white wings, but there's also Gale Claw. I don't remember every partner. That's the thing. Like, I make the guides, but it's not like I retain every single piece of info from that. So, hey, I'm glad I could help you out, Coral. Like I said, that's why I recommend it in the guides. Bro, can you make a vid on how to make like your base step by step? I kind of like it. First of all, I'm glad you like it, South. Hopefully I said that right, or is it safe? Safe. Sorry, my text is very small. But see, I was talking about that with I think it was OVO Gaming. I think that's their name. But my main problem with that is that I could do something like that, but at the same time, I don't know how to make it where it's like, I don't want to like, I don't want you guys, best way of putting it, you guys are smart, and I don't want to make things so dumb that you're like, I'm talking to you guys like you're children. Like, a lot of you guys watching are like either teens or like literal adults, from some of you even older than me. So not like this or anything, but like, that's just literal facts. So it's just like, point being, you're not children, so I don't want to explain things in a way that makes it sound like I'm explaining it to a child. So I can try something like that. What I was thinking about doing is maybe I can do something where I kind of make highlights of what I'm doing, because obviously in these streams I'm talking and sitting here doing nothing for a long time, but maybe I can like make some highlights on how to like what stuff I'm actually doing, so that way you don't gotta watch the full, good example, 3.5 hour stream at the moment. So well, I'll figure something out for that. We'll figure something out for that. But I'm glad you enjoy the bases and everything. But I'll also try to explain in the videos the showcases of everything I kind of do and how I go about it. It's a work in progress. I've never done any videos like that before, so I'm just working out the kinks of what kind of works and what doesn't. Yes, they do. It's just a better bed for sand restoration. The overworked pals will take priority. Okay, cool. Very cool. Once again, like, and this is kind of the problem with Palworld, unless like you actually like do a bunch of extra research, like sometimes the descriptions of what they do literally don't tell you anything. So thank you for letting me know that. I think the only bonus you get for upgrading Prickster is a lower cooldown on the ability. It's already only like a 10-second cooldown, so that's like nothing. But yeah, once again, like I'll have to just like do some more little testing, but so far I haven't found anything that's different. That's why I only use the fluffy bed, and you can stack as many as you want. Only 2 bunches high. Okay, gotcha. We'll see what we can do, but yeah, we'll try to make things fit in here so it's not, the beds aren't taking up too much space. I was gonna say, like, when you say stack, you mean literally building them like on top of each other, or are you talking about with platforms in between, Bird? Because if you can stack them on top of each other. I just didn't know, because I know obviously some objects you can build on top of each other, like what you're doing with the advanced chest, but first off, I didn't even know that was possible with the beds, if that is what you're referring to. Second of all, like, does that affect the pals sleeping in the beds at all? Single stack. Okay, that's, yeah, so once again, if that's something that can work and I can do that, I'm down to do that. I just didn't know if that was actually a thing you could do. Oh, yep. Restaurant. Yeah, I can see it. Purchase part skill, the level changes the length of the scan and the cooldown timer according to 8-month-old post I found. I mean, I'd say yes, but I swear I've tested it. I tested it definitely on the Faybreak one. Or not the Faybreak, the Sakurajima dungeon from the spawn, and it seems like they were both able to do it from there. So unless they up the range or something, it might only be cooldown. That's the problem with a lot of those posts too. People just make those posts and like don't actually like make upgraded versions of the pals and just make guesses. So it's like sometimes it's hard to tell when it's like brand new info like that, because I'm assuming that was posted like right when like Prickster was added to the game during the Sakurajima update if it was 8 months ago. So it's like it could have just been some random dude making an article and it's just like, yep, that's what it does, but didn't actually test it. Or once again, it could just be old news with how old it is and how much the game's been updated. My oldest child is 27. Exactly. Your child is older than me, so that's why I'm saying where it's like I don't want to be like, so now we're gonna put down floors and now we're gonna put down walls. You know, it's like you guys are smarter than that. I'd love to link it, dude. Timeless build, dude. Kind of like Crimson does. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, since once again I really don't watch a lot of other Palworld content creators specifically, but I mean I can do other stuff. I do plan on doing dedicated servers and stuff in the future. You can remove benches after. Okay, I will have to try that. Maybe I'll have to watch a video if you have to like build it in a specific way, like place things and then like unplace things. If it's something I can just place on top of each other, we can do it, but if it's something I gotta do weird building techniques, I might have to look at how to properly do that so I can build that properly. That website that gives details and info, each skill and extra levels if you're interested, but I also understand wanting to find out people. No, that's fine. I mean, let's just say this, I can take a wild guess on what their things do. If anything, it'll be helpful to have that just so I can actually, assuming once again that info is correct, to have that info on there. It's just usually I like to test that because sometimes it's kind of like, best way of putting it, especially after making so much Palworld content, I found a lot of people, and this isn't like any offense to anyone, a lot of people don't fully understand how a lot of things work, and a lot of people also have wrong assumptions on a lot of things. It's like I've had a lot of people, like the prime example that I'm thinking of is using general attack upgrade passive skills versus like elemental ones. And what I mean by that is like my short I made where it's like, essentially I always got the comment, people asking why would I use any of the elemental boosting passive skills when Musclehead gives a 30% boost every skill or every attack. And it's one of those things where it's like people don't know how that works, so then a lot of people get confused, and then people get mad in my comments when like I put like Invader or Siren of the Void or something like that on my pal, and they're like, why would you use that passive skill? Why don't you just use Musclehead? It's like there's a reason for it, and I know the reason, you just don't know why. So it's like, and the problem is there's not a lot of great resources out there because Palworld's still a fairly new game in all sense of things. So there's not a lot of people that are out there giving that full accurate information, or once again, like I said, with how things are updated and things are changed, that information could easily become out of date because something has changed in the game. So it's kind of the problem with the game at the moment. It's just like, and plus once again, like new pals and stuff are added that do different abilities, so whatever the meta is changes. Like before, passive skill wise, it was Serenity, and if you didn't have Serenity on your build is garbage, and now it's Vampiric, and it's just like, it's a pain. But I will, you don't have to put like the full link to it, because I don't even know if YouTube chat will let you do that, Frederick. But if you want to just tell me like the name of the website, I can try to find that, because that might be kind of helpful. But I will also, Bird, I'll have to look into that if it's some sort of special building technique, because yeah, I don't mind doing that. I think all the scanning abilities have a range. I just don't think Perkster needs to be upgraded at all from base range. Yeah, it's that. I think it's just because the dungeons are not big enough to like have that range or like necessary. You might need to still upgrade it 1 or 2, like for the favorite caves that are bigger. Because I haven't tested in those yet. That was what I was gonna do after stream. But yeah, it's like what's it called? It's, from what I can tell, at least with the Sakurajima ones, I literally did it at the very entrance of the cave. I did no star Prickster and 5 or 4-star Prickster, and they both found the entrance of the cave immediately. So unless there's something I'm missing. But once again, the cooldown thing might be accurate, but even so. Oh no, you gotta wait 20 seconds compared to, I tested, it's 8 seconds for a max cooldown one, that I can confirm. So it's just like, oh no, I gotta wait 20 seconds versus 8. Darn. And considering that the ability, and like I said, I did test this and confirm that the little icon will last for a minute for both a non-upgraded and a fully upgraded. So it's like, even if it's a minute cooldown, you can still do it by the time that icon disappears. So it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, that's what I'm saying by like, it doesn't seem like for Prickster specifically. Obviously upgrade them for attack, defense, and health and all that, but in terms of upgrading for partner skill, it seems pretty useless. I think people just read the bonus on the attack stats and being the same as attack damage. I think a part of it is, the problem is, and no offense to Pocket Pair, they really suck at like adding descriptions to things. Like, once again, it's like they should put a note somewhere in the attack thing where it's like, this is a separate buff from each other, you know what I mean? That's why I made my whole short on that, because they didn't explain that in the game. Or even another great one is they don't tell you everything for a passive skill, such as Noble and Fine Furs. It only says like plus 3% to price of stuff sold to merchant, or I don't remember the exact thing, it's wordy, but it doesn't tell you that also Fine Furs and Noble will make it so the price of items sold by merchants, like say milk or PAL fruits that you're buying from them, that will also be decreased with those passive skills. But they don't put, they literally don't say it in the skill. So unless you just happen to notice that or read up on that skill in some other way, shape, or form, you will never know that exists. So it's just one of those things. I feel like they just got to be better at wording and explaining how stuff works. It's like, give me 3 sentences. I'm okay to read a whole nother sentence if it'll help make the skill make more sense. Like, literally have an extra sentence saying upgrading, like, yeah, upgrading this skill will blah blah blah. That's all I want. Just add that extra sentence. It probably is. There's probably a lot of people that have done it. Trust me, I'm not the only person that knows about that. It's just, once again, in my comments section, in my guides, it is almost a guarantee I will always get one comment asking, and they're not being like rude about it, they're just like, wouldn't it make more sense to have Musclehead instead of the skill? It's more of the fact of it just gets annoying to keep responding in the same way every time. Like, no offense, if you've ever asked that comment, there's a giant chance, or if you asked that question, there's a giant chance I copied and pasted my answer from another comment, just because I'm tired of typing out my answer. That's why I made the short, because I'm tired of answering it. But yeah, I think once again, Frederick, I think it's just more or less people or Pocket Pair not properly explaining stuff. Okay, cool. Thank you for that, Frederick. You can also stack berry plantations. Oh, okay. See, I saw people mentioning that, and it's like, I wonder how that'd work at a stacked berry plantation or farm, and I didn't know what people meant by that, but I guess that's what you mean by that. Once again, that's kind of one of the things that I always say, like, I don't go out and watch other people's Palworld content. Yes, I play a lot of it, but I'm not watching guides on it all the time. I just play and figure things out as I go. So, yeah, funny enough, I'll mention it. I know we had our little argument, Bird, which once again, I don't hold any grudge or anything. It's just, more or less, it's like, everyone kind of plays the game differently. I'm sure how you were explaining things, like, especially once again, if you're playing in like a 15 Palworld, probably works better. Especially on top of that too, like, if you're even talking about the stacking farm thing, I'm sure that works really well. Just, this is how I just play things. Might not be the best or most efficient way and everything. In fact, I've done a lot of changes to my farm since that video. But yeah, just one of those things where it's the beauty of a survival game. It's not like a competitive game where you need to know the best thing of everything all the time. You can play it your own way. Obviously, if you want to go above and beyond and know how to do everything perfectly, sure. But like, yeah, some things I'm like, my farms are more than fine. So I'm like, but yeah, once again, just wanted to mention that because that was kind of one of those things where I thought of at least recently, where I was like talking about like differences between how people play. So it's just like, that's why I say in my videos, might not do everything the same. All my videos are here just to give you ideas, at least my base builds. All right, I'm reading the last few comments. We're getting back to building because I keep getting distracted. I'm slow at reading and keep going on tangents. I apologize. Anyone who's here to watch the videos, this is why I said I should make highlights. Just only 2 benches high. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's why I also don't play Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, I played Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day, but now it's like an essay on every card, and I'm not reading that. Plus, my eyes suck. Unless it triggered you after commenting that. Oh no, no, don't worry, Bird. You didn't trigger me. Not in the comment or anything like that. It was, like I said, the short thing I was thinking about for a long time. It's like literally every guy, every, what's it called? At least if you're specifically talking about like the damage short I made. Literally, it's every video since Faybreak. I have had, even before Faybreak, like people would say like use Musclehead over any of those, and it's just like I said, it gets tired. Just because I see that comment, hey dude, I really enjoy your Pal videos, really found you, glad I did stay awesome. Very kind of you to say, Curious Cabbage. I also like your name, that's a fun name. But yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. I just saw that right there. But yeah, glad you guys are enjoying the content. That's all I can say. I make it because I enjoy playing the game, so I'm glad you guys are also enjoying it. But once again, Bird, don't worry about it. Nothing you said, especially for that short, that literally, I will admit sometimes I'm a bit snarky in the comments. Yeah, I'm a bit of a pessimist, so I'll always take things in a negative way, and then I'll usually realize you're just trying to be helpful. Unless you're just being a dick, like I said, like the one time, like I get people who are being like, the most recent comment that I remember, someone was like, not to hate, but your music is trash. Nice build, by the way. And I'm like, how do I respond to that? That's not nice or helpful or insightful. You're just being a dick. But once again, no hard feelings, Cabbage, and no, that short specifically wasn't like made like because of like our little comments or whatever. That was just because, like I said, I've had that idea for a long time. It was just I finally got around to making a short around it. You look very different than what I expected. Oh, do I? Is it because I look like a little gremlin? My little 5'6" ass. No, that's not surprising. I mean, kind of like anyone else who kind of doesn't like show their face in their videos. By the way, I don't show my face in my videos just because I'm lazy and don't want to set up my face cam. There's no other reason besides that. Like, obviously, I'm not afraid from showing my face. I just am lazy. But yeah, no worries. I mean, it's not surprising, especially now. I've grown my hair up from what I usually, for most of my life, I had short hair. So now I got these luscious locks. So, but yeah, I mean, let's just say this. Even if you said I was ugly, like I always say, I have a voice and face for radio. So no harm done. But yeah, that is funny. Oh my gosh, I said I was gonna get through comments and then people are commenting and I gotta read. All right, we're speed running. Chat, you ready? We're no pal run speed run, chat speed run. Yeah, exactly, Frederick. It's just like the wording stuff needs to be better. Do you think unreleased pals will get released since they look like Pokemon? I think depending on the ones that if they look too similar to Pokemon, I think if they do redesigns they could, but yeah, any that look too similar to Pokemon, I think they're gonna try to stay away from. That might actually like infringe on their IP, especially after this lawsuit stuff that's already been going on. I highly doubt they're gonna try to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Check DMs. Fine, MacGyver. I did say I was gonna check my DMs. I will open my DMs and also read that in a sec. This wasn't expecting the heat you bring. Hey, well, I appreciate it, Blue Phoenix. I mean, let's just say this. I was thinking about incorporating my face in the future. Just like I said, it's just like, it's a lot of effort to like do the face cam stuff. Plus, then you get people, because I've made face cam videos on my other channel for talking about action figures. But yeah, it's just like, it gets, people will be like, you need to blink, even though technically I've been blinking the whole time. I just cut out stuff and like take multiple times, and then I gotta like say things properly and like look at the camera and also not stare into your soul at the same time. It's a lot of extra work, which is why I don't do face cam. But yeah, TLDR, appreciate that. I just got back into it, had like 6 months or so away, and then the game loving new quality of life stuff, the new island explorer. That's what I'm saying. It's just like you got the even if you took a break right away from like when the game first came out, if you came back now, you still have like 100 hours of stuff you could probably do easily. So also your music is really good. I appreciate that. Like I always say, I know this isn't like stuff you're going to be blasting all the time, especially like the lo-fi or whatever. It's like, this is just how I always explain this music is this is stuff that you're supposed to have playing in the background. There's not a lot of vocals if there is any vocals. It's just supposed to be stuff that you play in the background of your videos or your streams that people can listen to, have something that's not just dead silence in the background. It's not supposed to be the most mind-blowing music. A lot of it is repetitive. I will agree. Some of the songs are very repetitive, but it's like at the end of the day, it's just supposed to be background noise essentially, so it's not just dead silence. Because I don't know about you guys, but with ADHD, depending on the situation, I can sit in silence, but most of the time having music makes things a lot easier. You don't. Well, I appreciate that. If you're talking about the face and radio thing, or face and voice for radio, it's just a joke I've always made because people always said I have a good radio voice. Definitely felt a bit dickish after. Nah, don't. Like I said, Bird, don't even sweat it. If anything, it's more my fault because like I said, I get grumpy a lot. I have a lot of stress in my life, so like even if you're not intentionally saying anything rude, like I've just, once again, I get the people who are just dicks in general, so then I'll take like neutral comments as negative and then I take them a bad way. So no harm done, my friend. Once again, if anything, I apologize for kind of sounding like a dick, because I know I can do that sometimes. So, no worries. Hi, MJ. Welcome. Yeah, I'm a very negative Nancy. I mean, yeah. Won't get in my life story, but when you've dealt with the stuff that I've gone through, you kind of don't have a super positive outlook on a lot of things or people around you. So I try to. I think a lot of you guys are very nice, and once again, as long as we can talk and work things out, as I always kind of say too, I will never like 100% like wish like ill will on someone unless you like really did something to like hurt me. Like, good example, you physically harmed one of my animals or something. That I'll probably beat your ass to a pulp for. But like comment sections, I've got better things to worry about. Like, I appreciate conversation stuff, but it's like getting into like actual like serious arguments where I'm like upset with people. It's like, it sounds like the cringy answer, but it's just a video game and it's just the internet. Who cares? We all got better things to worry about in our lives than getting upset with someone over a comment or something. So yeah, once again, no worries, bird. Bring some seriousness to the tale. Hey, well, once again, I appreciate that. And that's the thing, it's just like, it's not bad music. Some of the music I genuinely listen to, like, I'll be honest, like, and not even in like a weird way, but like I have my music playing as my like morning alarms to wake up because I just enjoy some of the music on the tracks. Because I'll mention something too, and like some people, you might be upset by this, but it's more or less just me being very clear and transparent because I don't ever want to claim stuff that isn't true. But I'll always say that not every piece of music on the platform or on my music label is made by me. I have essentially started as a business where I actually hired some artists to make some music that would be pretty decent, because at the time I was just not as good at making music, along with like I said, I kind of wanted to start up a business and I was getting way over my head. And that should have been something I worried about way later down the line and started with just me first. But TLDR, wanted some good music to start off the bat. Plus, to be honest with you, this is like the real 100% like very bare bones reason. I wanted to make content and I didn't want my stuff to be copyright claimed. That's like the 1,000,000% like honest reason. And that's why I also have my music DMCA free. I'm like, I don't want to get like even stuff that says it's DMCA free and copyright claim free, you still get claimed. So I'm like, I'm tired of it. So I'm just gonna hire people, get some ghost producer or ghost musicians to make some music that's good quality that I can use. I will say only about at this point, probably like half, if not even half of the music is made by other people, but a large majority on Spotify. If you ever go into Spotify, you'll be able to see it more clearly, but any of them that is on the Speakerhead original playlist are ones that I have personally made, and anything else is not made by me. And once again, I like clarifying this, and if anyone's ever interested in those like ghost artist names, I'm always happy to give them. It's just more or less, it just made it easier for the Speakerhead brand to have it underneath it. I paid them all well. It was all fantastic working with all those individuals. In fact, the only reason why I'm still not working with them is just I literally couldn't afford it. But no, just one of those things is, yeah. And see, actually good example since I saw that. Sounds Like Trouble is one that I made. So it's just like anything that is EDM and not on the lo-fi playlist. There are some lo-fi that I made, but any of the EDM songs, so like Skywalk, like I'll kind of give an example. So like one of the songs, and this is my personal favorite, is like I made this song, I made Skywalk. Everything on the EDM playlist is on it. The Speakerhead battle theme, all the battle themes you hear during my guides I made. But it's like, yeah, I make music and I think it's all right. Once again, nothing super crazy, but it's like, I guess I like being transparent, like I said, because I feel like some people, they will get the wrong impression and also like get the wrong idea and be like, oh, he's lying and saying that he's making this stuff himself. I know it's under the Speakerhead name. I get it. I need to rename it to Speakerhead Studios. I just didn't know how to set up a Spotify, okay? Leave me alone. The point being, I'll never, in fact, actually, I think if you go into, I'm sorry, we're going on a super tangent. I'm just curious because I've never actually looked. I think if you go under the name of each song, you can see who created it. Because I think by law, you have to put in the names of the people who made the songs, at least on Spotify. So, let me look. I actually am curious. Can I look at details? View credits. Yeah, so if you go to on Spotify, if you click the credits of songs, you can see it says written by, but it's just because it's technically made by another person. But the written by section is who it is, who created the song. So if you ever want to know who made them, you can do that. But yeah. Sorry, that was a big tangent, but I did want to explain that because I feel like some people don't know that. The Speakerhead Studios is a brand. It's not just me. Yes, I'm going to definitely put my own stuff on it and be a big involvement in it, but it's something that I would like to grow as a whole. And I'll be honest, there's just some genres of music I don't know how to make. That's also another reason why I hired people for lo-fi specifically. I suck at making lo-fi personally, in my humble opinion. But never get tired of the chill lo-fi beats, and I appreciate that. And and that's the thing too, and that's kind of the fun part about it too, and another reason why I did this for like a brand where I'm gonna have a lot of people, because I don't know where I've even got this idea from was a creator called Harris Heller. Some of you might have heard of him, and you might have heard of his little music brand called Stream Beats. If you stream, you might know way more than others, but long story short, that is also like royalty free, or whatever you want to call it, music label that you can use the music for streams and stuff, and you won't get claimed. I personally don't use it. No offense, Harris Heller. I got claimed. I don't know what the deal is. I thought you weren't supposed to get claimed using it, buddy. But yeah, long story short, I got my idea from my music label for that, and he also had multiple musicians making music for that. Plus, another thing I'll mention too is just having multiple people making different types of music gives you a different variety, because everyone's going to make music differently. So that's a whole nother reason. It's like I could just make my stuff, but I like that variety. Sorry, that was side tangent. MacGyver's messaging me, by the way. Hold on. I will read this. Okay, MacGyver's saying he's ready for Rocket League. All right, then this will be the TLDR chat. MacGyver, I don't know if you're watching stream. If you are, we are going to end stream at 7 p.m. That is like the official cutoff, okay? Anything else we'll do later. But we'll officially cut off the stream at 7 because I also got to take care of my animals too. So I would have to take a break pretty soon regardless. We'll take a break. I might come back for Rocket League in a bit. For those who are interested in checking that out, feel free to stop by and say hey. Yeah, it's I don't know how late you can be up, MacGyver. That's why I'm gonna, like, for me it's 6, so you remember I'm an hour behind you. So we're gonna try to speed things up and kind of finish up this building so we can kind of wrap things up. Okay, well, we'll make it fastish, but yeah, we'll wrap things up. And yeah, so sorry about the tangents. I appreciate that, MJ. I mean, that's the thing. It's like I make music like hoping, like, besides other people like it, that I will personally enjoy it. Like I make music that I like, so it's like, yeah. But yeah, long story short, that's my little tangent about my music label. So for those who are interested about more details about that, there you go. Now you know a little bit more about my business I started. Also, for those who are curious, I paid an unhealthy amount for the music. Like, let's just say this, in like a broad scope of things, it's not a lot, but as a broke person who barely keeps up with bills, it was a decent chunk of money. So but yeah, it was I'm hoping it'll be a good business investment. It's been 3 years, still working on it. We'll get there though, we'll get there. But yeah, let's get back to building, chat. I genuinely apologize for taking all this time for just chatting. Once again, this is the only time I can do this with you guys, and it doesn't help I'm slow at chatting, so it makes things difficult. Were you talking about Bird, if you're still in chat, do you know for that stacking thing how to, like, what I'd have to do in order to use that? Like, you said bench. Are you talking about like the wooden bench, or are you talking about like wooden stool? Like, how I don't know how to do the stacking of sorts. So we might have to improvise some stuff until I or come back to it at another time, because I genuinely don't even know how to stack. That's why, once again, when people were saying that in my other video, I'm like, what are you talking about? Just bench against the wall flat. Oh, okay. Let me figure out where I want to even build this in the first place, because that probably is a good idea. Also, we're gonna keep this for now. We could probably put something up here if we want to. Maybe something for decorative stuff. I guess we're also just listening to the EDM playlist now, because I was kind of lazy and didn't change it. I hope you guys enjoy EDM. All originally made by yours truly. So any of these songs you're hearing are stuff that I personally made. Just try the idea first so you get it. I'd almost have to see like almost what you're talking about, or almost see like a video, because I'll tell you this, Bird, this is another thing too, and like I'm sure everyone's kind of heard this thing. I'm like a visual learner for real, so like I'm so bad at explaining, so I might literally, even if I take a second here to pull up the video, I might need someone to like show me how to do that, because I'm kind of even trying to think of what you mean. Do I gotta place the bed first? And then one perpendicular in the middle. I'm gonna just look up a video of this, because like I've heard so many people say the stacking stuff, but once again, just because I'm not in that kind of know-how, I don't know how to do that. Let's do this. So that way I don't have to do, no offense, a song and dance with you, trying to understand what you're saying, because it's that thing where you know exactly what you're saying, but I'm dumb and I don't know what you're saying, so then I'm never gonna figure it out. Bed stacking Palworld. Okay, I see the plantation thing you were, or someone else was mentioning at least. Hold on. I'd like to figure this out if we're gonna end up doing this. Come on, buddy, get to the building of the beds. Yeah, this is why I try to make myself as concise as possible. I'm very impatient. Get to the part with the bed. We're 5 minutes in and you haven't even done it yet. I'm actually getting upset by this chat. Okay. He's finally getting to it. By the way, 7 minutes into the video. No offense, not even gonna show the videos so that way no hate will go towards them, but... Saying chat. He's 8 minutes into the video and he's still kind of doing... Buddy, I just need to see how you're doing it. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. So you can place the beds on the benches. You like build a bunch of stacks up high and then... Okay, I see exactly what you mean. Where's my music? What the fuck, Richard? Oh. Boo. I was using my YouTube Premium account, and because YouTube Premium sometimes sucks with the music thing, it's like you're watching stuff on your other thing. Not now. Give me my music. Do it. Do it. Do it must be done. Are you gonna do it, or do I gotta? Cool. I will call your phone. MacGyver, I will Judy chop you. I don't know if you guys know what the Judy chop is. If you don't, just look up the Judy chop, like Judy. The Judy chop. I will Judy chop you out of oblivion, MacGyver. I learned from the master. I know how to do the Judy chop. I see. Yeah, see, now I understand exactly what you're talking about, Bird. That makes a lot of sense. And I also saw, like, for the building plantations. Like I said, I had an idea of, like, what you're talking about. I just didn't know how to do it. So it's like you gotta, like, build the benches first. And then, see, once again, the problem with, like, the weird, goofy building mechanics in this game. So technically, I don't have to have it up against the wall, but I do gotta have enough room to build more beds. So... what if I just kind of build them where I had them before and just build them in the center area? Maybe better to kind of build it like start it here. Would that be enough room maybe? And then we'll just kind of line up this so it'll be built more. And obviously these don't need to be perfect, but they need to be good enough before so I can stack them. You're not who I need. Yeah, see, like I said, I just needed that visual. It's just like, I'm so bad at like, and that's like another problem with like why I had issues in school. Because it was literally like, they'd like explain things to me. And I'm like, I have no, especially like math. They like try to explain it just like telling me. And I'm like, I have no idea what you were talking about. But now that I see a visual, now I know what's poppin', Jimbo. Think that's enough? Because then what you do, obviously, we'll build some sort of thing to climb our dork butt up there. And then you just kind of build them on top and delete them, right? Let's see. Enjoyed all types of music, but I mean, enjoy EM, lo-fi, and country. Yeah, see, that's why I want to expand on the different types of music we were doing, just so it wasn't just one type people can choose from. They could have a bunch. Must be DPJ rambling. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, you mean like the creator? I didn't see who the creator was of that video. You just need two tall vertical, really small fluffy beds. I've never stacked large beds. Oh, okay. So we'll just do the small beds then, and then maybe we'll just have some large beds. Just in case. I know it's kind of like a weird thing, but we were talking about, maybe I can just, what is this? I have enough materials to make 50 pal pots if I wanted to. So the world is our oyster. We can do whatever we want. Never stacked before and just taught me the most. OP way. The bench stack. Well, there you go. Just grab some boots, line things up, and hop, hop, hop. See, like we always say, Bird, we teach each other. I learn from you guys, and you learn from me. It's a win-win situation for everybody. So, okay, so that will connect. We will just build a ramp, though, to try to make this a little easier on us. So it's still out of the way. I guess that's... Hold that thought. A little hard to do that from that angle. So maybe we'll just do this, this, and then we could probably build from that angle, hopefully. Hopefully this is close enough. Oh, you're gonna be lame. You're gonna be lame. Alright, we're gonna have to do this in a goofy way. What if I just build a wall next to it? easier. Even if I can't get it from like right here, maybe I can cling to the wall. There we go. It's gonna be a little tricky, but I need to build one more wall so it doesn't force me to climb up. Come on, man, you just did it. This probably isn't gonna be centered. We might need to attempt a few times. Maybe going up against the wall is a good idea. Burn. I'm not sure. I mean, because then, yeah, this wouldn't, then you just keep kind of going down from there and delete that one, right? And that should stay. Cool. Okay, that makes sense. All right. I think we're gonna delete this, as much as I don't want to just keep kind of going back and forth on the same thing over. Only because, since you mentioned with the large beds, I might do testing to see if something like that is possible with the large beds. But just because I said I'm on a bit of a time constraint at the moment, I do not want to spend all that time doing that. So we'll just build the small ones. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Like, we'll figure it out, chat. As I always do, before and even after the videos, there will be adjustments made to these bases. So I'm being dumb. I wonder if it's just like maybe you can use like a large like stool and stack them or something like that, and that could possibly work. Like, you just need that extra clearance for the large beds, you know? So I wonder if that's something. Snap benches to the side of those benches, and then just like, yeah, snap beds. And that's just listen. Oh yeah, like the weird snap. Once again, snapping is so goofy in this, so half the time like I don't even think to like attempt to use it. It's just like if I know it's something obvious I will, but like something like that I wouldn't even think. Anything that's elevated, I just assume snapping does not work. So if it does work, maybe that'd be a good idea of doing it. I get that. I feel that. I mean, that's why I personally, like I was telling you, Bird, that's why I go with the pizzas, just because one full stack of 10,000 is, I think it's like 4-ish mil. If you have like the 5 dudes with fine furs and noble. So that's what I always do for my money. Or like I say, another thing too is once you're done upgrading your player with like pal potions, selling those lotuses sell for a lot as well. So I recommend if you get a bunch of those stockpiled, try doing that. So since these don't need to be as far away from the wall, we can kind of keep these a little closer. I don't know why I'm doing that. I should just do this. Hold up, let's just do this, make sure this is straight. Good enough. Doesn't need to be 100% perfect, but I at least want it to be straight. So we'll do that, and then we'll line things up and kind of go like that. Once again, just kind of getting the foundation where I even want them. So this is pretty good. Anubis, Mir. Attaboy, let's get it. Cool. Cool. How high do we want this? Because we can also go another layer forward, so it's not like we just have to have a massive stack of 3. We can like split it up a little bit. Obviously, still keep the stacks for that space saving, but don't need them all to be in one stack, as funny as that is. Probably on the stool thing. I'll do some testing. How's the best way to reach you? I can give my Discord. Let's just say this. It's not like I'm opposed to giving out my Discord. It's just kind of like even what I tell my friends. Like, I'm just not on Discord. I'm on Discord once a week at most for my One Piece reviews, okay? Or not my One Piece reviews, my One Piece chapters. Gotta keep up with my One Piece. But that's pretty much all I'm on Discord for. At least these days. So, but I can do something like that. Maybe I can find our argument comment thing, and maybe I can just post my Discord in there or something. But yeah, I'll put it somewhere. Maybe I can even put it in my I don't know. I just don't want a bunch of people bugging me all the time, like just like wanting to chat about random things. Like, if you want to chat about Palworld or like give advice or talk about stuff like that, cool beans. But like, I don't got time to just be sitting on Discord and talking with people all day. Especially if you're, no offense, if you're just messaging me to be like, I like your content. I appreciate it, but I don't got time to start a conversation. Welcome. Is it Ezio? Ezio? Welcome. Funny enough, we're going to be ending kind of shortly here within like an hour, but welcome. You still caught a bit of it, and we still got all the stream you can catch up on. Let's see. Yeah, pizzas isn't really much more production for over 2 times the return. Yeah, and here's another thing too. It is a fact of the matter too, where it's like, once again, being so far, at least in my world, obviously you're pretty far in yours as well, but like depending on the person, it's like you might not have a fully upgraded Yormantide or a bunch of fully upgraded Yormantides to make that wheat, because that's why I'm able to do it so easily. It's like I have a bunch of them that are just constantly making that wheat. So that's why it's easy for me. But once again, if you don't have like a max upgraded army of those guys for doing that, it might not be the best way of doing it. And then in your case, the salads might be the better way because it is less work. So gotcha. If anything, I'll come back to the chat because as far as I'm aware, I can see chats after stream. So I will add you afterwards. I'm from India, stream, big fan also. Learn a lot of game. Oh, learn a lot of game. I appreciate that, and that's really cool. It's really cool to kind of hear where like everyone's from and stuff. Like being a Wisconsin boy who's left my state like 3 times. Yeah, it's just like it's kind of it's cool to hear from other people, whether it's just from different states or once again like just someone from a whole different country or something. So very cool. Warning is to nails. Yeah, I know the nails is great for XP. Selling, they used to sell for more, not as much these days, but you can still get a decent amount from them. It's like, let's just say this, like if you just make 1 billion of anything, you'll make a decent amount. It's just about how much you'll actually make, like compared to other things. So that's what, how many? 1, 2, 3. We'll stick with 5. Sure, let's stick with 5. In London. Very cool, very cool. I know one of our OG viewers, LJ, lovely gal. She is, I don't know where in the UK, but I know she's in UK because she would always tune into the night streams and stuff because she worked a bar job. I don't know if she still works at bar job, but I know she used to work at bar job at least, and would always come home from work and then come watch my streams for whatever reason. I always yell at her. I'm like, go sleep, you. You need 10 benches for 5 fluff beds. Okay, that is good to know. Once again, that's one of those things I'm like, since I haven't done this, I gotta figure that out. Thank you for letting me know that. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. So 7. Come on, Anubis. Yes, sir. 8, 9. That should be 10, right? Maybe, probably. Why not? So let's add these. 6. 7. 8. 9. Is that 9 or 10? The problem is it's very hard to kind of see if it's level when you're... I think that's 11 technically, or that's 10 and I counted wrong on that. Move Anubis, I'm trying to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that one's 10, so that's 1 too many. Got it. And if I counted wrong again, ignore me. I'm terrible at everything math related, counting, general math. That's why it's also hard to explain stuff like that for the element thing, because like I do not know how to explain math. In fact, I think in my explanation on my Xenolord video, I did the math wrong technically because I forgot to add a 1 at the beginning of my decimals. But point being, yeah, don't ever come to me for any math advice. My child will be getting a tutor for that. That's all I can say. He will never come to dad and be like, can you help me with my math homework? Ask your mother. Oh yeah, I forgot I pulled Anubis away. I was like, where are you? 3. Oh, one sits on the floor. Yeah, either way, we can always have the extra. We can do an extra 1 on top. Where are you going, Anubis? I need you to build this, buddy boy. Four. 5. 6. The math is right on that right now, correct? 1, 2, 3. Okay. 7. Get over here. 8. 9. 10. Cool. Alright. Let's give this a shot. If anything, this will make it easier because now I'm actually on the proper level, so I should be able to just kind of place them up here without a lot of hassle. Oh, well, that also works. I'll take that. If I can do that. I guess the only problem is, see, it's honestly the hardest part about this stuff, at least when doing stuff like that, is just figuring out the angle of it, where it's like, is it in the middle? Because once again, yeah, see, like my OCD brain is just like, wants that to be centered. So, let's try like this. Probably could pull it back just a tiny bit more, but other than that, I'm kind of okay with that angle. Oh gosh. Like maybe like right here. Oh gosh. I mean, I think that's about as center as we're gonna get without it literally locking, chat. Hi. Come here often. Looking in my eyes. I used to be really good at math while I was in school after I stopped using loss. I mean, I feel like that's a lot of people. It's just like they go to school and they'll just like... I mean, yeah, that's maybe not math specifically, but I feel like that's like most subjects. Like you'll learn it while you're there, and then immediately, like when you're out of school, unless it's like something you're actively working on, like in your like job, like you're probably gonna forget a lot of it. All I remember from school is that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, and that's all I ever need to know. Had the response I've had with my real life pets of are you hungry? Sure enough, food box is empty. Yeah, there you go. Oh my lord, MacGyver. I will check my DMs, I swear to God. Good enough. See, chat, that's how you gotta live life, even if you have OCD. Just good enough. Don't gotta be the best, just gotta be good enough. Alright. We're gonna try to get this done, because obviously this is taking me a very long time, because I've never done this before. But if anything, I'll either come back in a different stream to kind of top this off, or I'll just kind of show it off in the video showcasing everything. But yeah, we'll try to our best to get this as finished as we can. Also, I'm probably not doing this like in the proper way I should. I probably should just focus on one thing per thing, but lazy. School to place. I was bullied. This was different. Dropped out of college and get my grades there. Get a job in insurance. 14, get hit by a car. Oh, that is. Oh yeah, you told me a bit about your story and stuff. Yeah, like I said, like I feel bad because I never know how to respond to that like stuff like that. But best way I can put it is I feel for your situation, and all I can always say is that I hope that you're either in a much better situation or you're getting to a place of a better situation. But sometimes life likes to be an asshole, and sometimes even if you don't want to, you gotta unfortunately roll with punches that it gives you. But I'll check my DMs with guys. See, the problem is I gotta like tab out. That's up to you, man. If you want to stream tonight, I'm still more than happy to play. Like I said, 7 p.m. at least for me is my like definite deadline of when I'm ending. But like I said, up to you if you would like to play tonight, because either way, I might still hop on. Maybe not even for stream if we're not going to play together, but I might still just hop on to get some practice in. So now I go like this and I delete 2. Because that's how it'll fit? Question mark? Gosh, this is gonna be scuffed to figure this out. I might have built ramps. Worked out great. The person turned out to be a person, split up, spent a few years alone. Hey, well there you go. I'm glad to hear that. Once again, that's all I can hope for. I'm terrible at like, once again, kind of like, I don't know. I'm weird. I'm so bad. I kind of like, I feel the empathy and everything. I just don't know how to properly verbally put it out there. But that's, like I said, I'm happy that you're in a better place. It's just like it's sometimes life sucks, but as long as you can get back up from it, that's what matters. Yeah, I'll probably have to do what's it called, ramp. I think that from at least from my first time experience, I think the hardest part about it is actually getting that so it will connect to or it'll actually place on it. This might be a little scuffed about like the actual alignment of it going downwards, since obviously I don't have a good way of doing that. But we're gonna try our best to make it somewhat all in a line. Once again, that's for this, it's good enough. Let's just say this. Floating beds already don't look amazing, Chad. Let's be honest. So if they're slightly off from one another, I don't think it's the biggest thing in the world. Also, I'm just gonna take a break again, apparently. I guess I could get it from that angle. Cool. So, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Cause yeah, like I said, Bird, I've seen a lot of people commenting on that, even for like my crop build. So I'm like, I don't know what that means. So I appreciate you kind of taking the time to kind of explain it to me so I can figure this out. Cause yeah, this is a good way of stacking beds and everything. I think I'm gonna rebuild that one. I don't know if I like that placement. I think I'm gonna do what I did with the other ones and try. Hopefully the snapping feature will work. Come on, man. I know you wanna snap. You did it with the other ones. I'll try this for a couple seconds more here to see if it'll work. If not, we'll just eyeball it again. Come on, you did it for that row. Whatever. Didn't ask. That could be a little farther out. Let's try that. Oh, it's too far. Gosh, I don't know if it's like a me problem, chat, but sometimes like trying to figure out like where the center stuff is while placing stuff, like just freehanding it, can be painful sometimes. It's like, it is so hard to tell if like where you're actually placing something is like centered or if you're like 8 miles off of where you actually want to place it. So, but that looks pretty good right there. However, I'm having a... Let me know I'm down. Hey, let's just say this. You don't got to stream or anything. I just figured I'd just stream it just so if anyone in chat wants to still hang out afterwards, figured they could. But yeah, you don't got to stream or anything, my dude. Heck, if you don't want me to stream, you just want to play some 2v2s or whatever, I'm down for that as well. Doesn't matter to me. But yeah, I'm definitely still down to play. I understand. In your sometimes we have issues with stuff. Yeah, it's a struggle. It's just like, I have definitely a lot of stuff that is probably undiagnosed, but all I can say that is like, the only thing I can pretty much confirm that I have not been diagnosed with is ADHD, because when I used to go to therapy years ago, my doctor or my therapist was like, my husband also has like bad ADHD and you two are like 2 peas in a pod at the moment in terms of that. She's like, you have like every symptom. And even people that I work with these days that have ADHD, they're like, yep, you 1000% have it. So, even though I technically haven't been diagnosed for that, I can pretty much say from everyone in my life I have it. But same with OCD, and I kind of get that more from my mom, because my mom back in the day used to wash her hands like 50 plus times a day. And I think she only does it like 30 times a day now. But like, no, like anytime she touched, even in her own house, she'd touch something and then she'd wash her hands. Like, it was a struggle. No. But yeah, we probably got a lot going on up here, chat, but that's okay. That's what makes us fun, hopefully. But yeah, let's continue on. Yeah, we're gonna try this. Obviously, this is gonna be a very time-inducing thing. So once again, might continue to build this off stream. How about this? We'll build one more layer and I'll continue the rest of this afterwards, because I'll be honest with you, chat, the process from what I'm gonna guess is gonna be very similar for the rest of these. So instead of making the last 20-ish minutes of this stream us building beds, let's actually start building the cool little spot we'll be placing our bed, because I already have some ideas of that. Let's try that. Nope. I can put it a little farther. Like I said, chat, I don't know if it's just a me thing, but it seems so difficult to actually try to like... It literally feels like I'm like doing this with like one eye, you know what I mean? I just have no like orientation of like how far or close something is on a bench. We're gonna say that's good enough. I'm kind of just like double eyeballing it. We'll call it good. You figured out the idea. Do something you want to do. Yeah, that let's just say this. I'm just glad that we figured this out, because like I said, I've seen a lot of people kind of mention that, and I did not even know what that was. So, but here, we'll leave it at that, and we'll start working on some other stuff here. Because yeah, other than that, the only thing I'm going to do is test to see if large beds can possibly be done. Other than that, I'm now that I got the idea, we'll figure it out. To be honest with you, like, and I don't even mean this in any, like, hopefully not in any sort of disrespectful way. If I do, I apologize. But, like, I'm guarantee I probably have some sort of, I'm definitely on the spectrum in many ways, so, but I probably do have, like, some form of, like, autism. Obviously, like, a functioning form of it, but, like, I mean, I will admit that we've talked about this on stream, and I actually, I privated that stream. For those who are wondering, this is just random TLDR. I said some stuff on a stream that it wasn't like bad, but it was just like I worded it very wrong when I talked about that stuff. Like I pretty much said I was ignorant about like the spectrum and stuff, but the proper way of wording it, I would say, is that I know about as much about like autism and like stuff on the spectrum as much as like an average person. Because I definitely said it in like a bad way, and I'm just like, I don't really want people to take that out of context. But yeah, it's like I'm not saying I'm ignorant. I'm like I don't understand it, but it's just like best way of putting it. I'm not someone who's doing studies on like autism and learning about every little detail. I know you as much as your average person. So I mean, I literally have a cousin with autism, like severe autism. So like. I know a bit about it. It just I'm not literally like going into like the field of learning about it is the best way of putting it. So just to put that out there, because I remember I was like I said that I'm like don't know how I feel about how saying that I'm ignorant about it, because that's definitely not the right wording for it. But yeah, it's just like I guarantee I'm on the spectrum. But enough talking about my autism, chat, or my potential autism I have. Let's build things. So I was kind of thinking about this. So what I want to do, I want to build our main little thing here, but then I want to have some doors leading up to the roof because like we were talking about building like a little like satellite kind of generating thing up here for like so we were talking about the global PAL box looking like a big old satellite dish, so I think that'd be like a cool like antenna type thing to add. Exactly. FIRL. That's what I'm saying. Let's get back to the video games. That's the thing too, exactly. There's so much info out there. It's just like I said, how I worded it like in that stream, I'm just like I'm not ignorant about it. I just am, once again, just not like, I'm not someone who literally works with like autistic people and like kind of knows all that like very intricate knowledge and details. So the main thing I know is that no matter how severe, treat them like a person. Don't treat them like they're literally stupid. They're still a person with thoughts and feelings, and honestly, that's the main thing I just need to know. If there's any like actual like physical attributes that like will limit someone and I'm like hanging around with them, yes, I should probably know about that. But like in terms of just like treating anyone with any sort of like anyone on the spectrum the same, it's like that's all I know. I'm kind of deciding what I want to build. I think we're going to stick with the Japanese stuff for this because let's be honest, it just looks nice even in this metal landscape. How big do I want this? So what I'm thinking is we could do something like this. And that should be more than enough room up here for, because I feel like a 3x3 is a little too small, but a 5x5 is too big, you know what I mean? For like just a little living quarters. So I think we do something like that. That should be pretty good. And then should we, okay, chat, I'm gonna ask you this question. We have two options of how we want to do a little roof in here. We're gonna have slanted roofs, but we have two main options, and I'll kind of do it on one half and the other just so you guys can kind of see how what I'm talking about. So the two options we have for a house, either it's going to be something like this, where we have the roof going this way, and the roof will kind of go like this, or we're going to have it go flat up against it like that. So we can either have a roof like that, or We can go with the roof that's sideways. So, this. I'm going to put a vote in chat so you guys can vote. But those are our two options for a roof. So, we'll say, I'm just going to say option 1 and option 2 in the vote. But left side, option 1. So, roof like this, option 1. Roof like this, option 2 on the right side. I was gonna make signs, but that's way too much effort. I'll even put left and right in the poll so you guys are like fully aware. Begin. Ready, go. See, this is also the fun part about kind of building these things on the stream. It's like I like asking you guys for your opinions because obviously like I have my opinions on how stuff like will look, but at the same time it's like it's fun kind of building something with like the community. It feels like we're all building it together, chat. Sorry for those who are curious what I'm just doing here. Since I just got this Vegeta figure, like let's just say this, I've gotten way more into like just regular posable figures recently, and this Vegeta figure is one of the better ones. Like the Frieza figure is good, but his tail makes it really hard to pose. But now that I have like a humanoid figure without like a massive lump on his rear to make him like uneven, I'm like kind of like thinking of all the like posing and stuff I could do. I'm sorry, I'm a huge like figurehead in terms of like posing figures. So like it's just like a personal side hobby. But that's what I was doing in silence looking at that. I was like thinking, I'm like, what other poses can I do for Vegeta? One thing I'm missing most from the advanced egg. Yeah, I will say like going and doing another new save of Palworld in the future, because like I said, I'm definitely going to be doing that whether it's on stream or in my own free time. Especially if I play with other people in the future. But that's one of those things where I'm like, I know that's gonna come and like hit me like a truck later when I'm like playing on a new world, where it's like, man, I can't do 10 eggs at a time. I gotta do one at a time until like level 60. But I feel that pain. I understand that. That's honestly where if large incubation stations weren't like a thing, I would be taking much more advantage of all those like storage spots in my pal breeding base, because back when we only had the one egg thing, that was like a time investment to like breed and hatch eggs. And once again, anyone who played pre-Fay Break, you know that struggle if you were like doing like pal breeding and pal farming. It's like it was painful to do one at a time, but now you can do 10 at a time. It's so nice. Global share. Why you hatching eggs on a no true fair? If we start fresh without importing pals over, like good example, if we do like specific types of runs. Like one challenge I tried doing even before I started making content, when I was just streaming and not posting Palworld content, was only 10 pals. I could only catch 10 pals and use those pals the entire game, but my PC was bugging out and the game was just not working properly, so I wasn't able to do it. So it might be something else we try in the future, especially now that we have the books for rest in Pepperoni's camera. Especially now that we got the books for adding work abilities on the pals like that. I could probably do it with only like 5 or less, and especially now with even human traders being able to do stuff, it's like if you even count those guys, it's like, yeah, like I could definitely do a lot with the game now. So that might be a challenge we try in the future. But yeah, that's definitely gonna hit me like a bus. But I agree. If you want to transfer pals over, like I said, honestly, for taking pictures of like areas that I haven't already built over, like good example for my next video, I might try to get like just a general like b-roll of where I built the space, just for the reason of like I can do that now that's a thing. So it's like now that I can transfer pals over, I didn't want to make a whole nother world, get all the way to the point of having a fast Xenoloord or Jet Dragon just for taking pictures, you know what I mean? So it's like, now that I can transfer pals over, that just makes, once again, my life as a content creator so much easier. That's also fair. Yeah, expedition stations is like the best way of doing that, Frederick. It's just like, just because I forget which ones off the top of my head, but there's a few that give you that stuff, and expedition stations was a huge win in my book. It's just like, that was such a amazing way. Obviously the restriction of building one in a base, but that's where mods come in, baby. But yeah, it's just like, expedition stations were a huge win. Or like Garf said, low level raids. Fret not, my night is full again. Welcome, Atox. Man, I apologize because we're going to be probably ending stream fairly soon. We might be streaming Rocket League if you want to come and join and just hang out and say hey. But yeah, we're probably going to be ending stream somewhat soon. We were just waiting on this poll here for a minute, which it seems like we're sticking with the left design. I'm sorry, Atox. We'll try to figure out a time, obviously. And that's kind of the hard part about streaming. It's like, unless I'm literally streaming all day, we're gonna have the people that are on for now, or we have people that are able to join during the day for my time. We have people that are able to join during the nighttime for my time. It's very tough with streaming because unfortunately there's no winning time. There's no time that everyone's gonna be free. So, but maybe I can figure out a schedule of like consistent times for streaming, or once again like I did last time, kind of post notifications so people know. But yeah, I apologize. We'll figure out something though. We'll try to make things a little easier. Hellstar. It was not kind of a firepower, only the timer. Oh, gotcha. Let's see. Last stream I said I was gonna do 2 rest. I fell asleep. Hey, it's okay. I do that too, where I say I'm gonna rest, and then after 2 furballs snuggle up with me when I lay down, it gets pretty hard not to fall asleep. So I feel that pain. But let me end this poll. Once again, it seems like left option is what we are going with. So we'll delete this. Once again, I wish they had like corner pieces, so it's like we wouldn't have to do like one or the other. It's like we just put an angled roof piece and then bam. Don't even have that problem. Come on, Palworld, get on it. We're gonna finish building this roof. I'm gonna switch camera batteries fast, and then we're gonna kind of start wrapping things up. I think we'll just pretty much maybe put a couple chests in, maybe put a couple decorations for all nice and neat stuff. I'll figure out where I want to put pal pods as well, because I want to see, because now that you mentioned the bed stacking thing, I'm curious about what all items could possibly stack with one another. So obviously some can and some can't, so now I'm curious about what I can mess with in the game to make that happen. So we'll see. But let me get a bed placed down for nighttime. I was being dumb. There we go. May I ask you something before you end stream? Absolutely. That is one of the main reasons why we are streaming, my friend. Feel free, as long as you're not asking for my bank info or my social security. Most questions are pretty okay by me. Chat, don't get ideas. Breeding a bunch of shadow beaks at the moment, and a good amount of them are inheriting the 100% IVs from dads, so I might actually start doing some expeditions soon. There you go. That's another thing too, which is just having a global pal box. It'll be nice to have, like, that was another problem I was having. It's like, I want to do a bunch of these, like, multiple of the expeditions, but considering you can only have so many pals in your pal box, you can only have so many of a certain type of pal in there. So it was kind of annoying because I'm like, I don't know how to do this. But now if I just want to do a specific mission, I'll just store all my pals that I'm going to use for those in my like global one. So marriage when? Chat, not to get into my personal life, I'm single and have no plans for marriage anytime soon. So hope that answers your question. I'm sure that wasn't your actual question, but that's funny. Most of my breeding was pre-fade break. That was the same with mine, but then like as my bases have kind of expanded and grown, like good example, like my old mining setup got me way more ores than I could ever need most of the time. It's honestly just the fact of actually remembering to stop by the base was the problem and actually pull out resources whenever it got too overclogged. But yeah, it's just like most of my stuff was not terrible. It wasn't the best. I won't say my setups weren't the best in any capacity, but they got the job done. But it's like, yeah, it's like a lot of the stuff I was doing pre-fade break was fine, but now that it's like once again building way bigger farms and stuff just for the heck of it, now it's like, oh, now I need to like actually upgrade them. Before I was like, oh, if they were just had upgraded work speed from the what's it called, from they'd upgraded work speed from statue power, that's more than enough. But then like now they've like got so much more stuff that I gotta like farm, and it's like now I need to make sure these guys are fully condensed or else they're not gonna be able to keep up with what I want. That's the thing with survival games, chat. Like I always say, you can always find something to do if you really look hard enough. So let's do that. We'll place these. I always hate this. It's like I gotta place a floor first before placing it. Just let me connect it to the other roofs. Ugh. That's not right. And then... oh, there we go. That's not right. Rotate, please. Okay, this is being weird. Alright. Oh, got a tickle on my nose. I need loads of giant pal souls and have literally not a single pal like Nightmare to increase drops and a poor base. Do you have any tips on to get a lot in a short time? Yes and no. If you are able to get Anubis, probably if depending on the level, if you can catch him, Anubis. And long story short, breeding Anubis and excuse me, my brain just like shut off for a sec. Let me try that sentence again. Anubis and Frostallion Noct and Necromus, I guess, but he's kind of hard. Once again, you got to be at high enough level to get him and whatnot. But Anubis specifically, they will drop large pal souls, and if you end up breeding some, you can usually breed them pretty early. But yeah, breeding those guys and getting those souls is a good way of getting them. Other than that, I saw Garf mention Predator pals for at least giant pal souls. But yeah, Anubis and Frostallion Noct are great ways. That's how I personally did all my farming for large pal souls and everything before Faybreak added the expedition stations. But yeah, breeding those pals is honestly going to be the best way of doing it. And then if you're able to build a disassembly conveyor, obviously saves a lot of time, but then just butchering those pals, and that's like the best way of getting them, unfortunately. Once again, I'm not fully sure where you're at in your game and what level you are and everything, but that would be what I would recommend in terms of, and then obviously to get giant pal souls, you combine 2 large ones in a crusher. But if you're talking about just like purely farming them, just like out in the wild, predator pals is pretty much going to be your only option. But yeah, if you're talking about like converting smaller souls into giant souls, I would go with like Anubis, or if you can get Frost Stallion, either or work well. I do have 6 Anubis with Flamphus. I tried that method before, but it's still overwhelming because of my base. That's true. I guess something to keep in mind too is that at least with Pal Souls, it can be something you can kind of add to them over time, and it'll still like add upgrades. Obviously, you gotta have enough to like do that bump up to the next upgrade in the Statue of Power, but at least it's one of those things where it's unlike condensing, where it's like if you don't condense 64 pals, you're not getting that last 4. You're not getting any upgrade until you hit that 4th star. But yeah, I would just say, like I said, I think Frost Stallion Nox, honestly, I could be wrong. I think they give either the same amount or maybe more large souls, but yeah, unfortunately, besides just doing expedition stations and having pals that can do them in like, I think it's like 5 minutes or something. I don't think there's anything you can adjust to change that time, so I think 5 minutes is the time, but that like 5:51 for the expedition stations for pal genetic research. Yeah, that mission, that's like the only other main way. Other than that, yeah, it's just one of the things about the game that we talked about before about just the farming process. Pal souls are kind of that same thing. If you're able to get to Faybreak, if you just run around Faybreak, there's a gajillion of those pal souls just lying around if you want to do it like just that way. But yeah, unfortunately, not any other like super fast ways of doing it per se. Level 60 and haven't been to Faybreak once. Well, maybe you can check it out sometime, Atox. It's a cool island. Once you finally take out the missile towers, like, and disable them, it'll help you. It makes it a lot easier to explore, but I definitely suggest giving it a little bit of an explore sometimes, because there's some pretty cool stuff you can get there, including like pals and all that stuff. So if you have the patience for it, the Splatterina skill is much more bang for your buck than the Dissembler. Yep, that is true. It's one of those weird things where it's like someone actually kind of explained it to me after I made my guide on Splatterina. It's not like 100% guaranteed, and it's not for every single item. Like, it won't always give you an increase, at least for the wanted NPCs. It might be different for just general items, but like for the tokens, like I like did that. I butchered, like hand butchered, like 20 wanted NPCs with Splatterina, and I think only like 1 or 2 of them gave me the boost. So it's a little weird, but yeah. If I could send you a picture of my base, could you give me some ideas? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind doing that. You know what? This is what I'll do, because we already had a couple people asking for my Discord and talking about that stuff. I think the best plan would be, instead of trying to add everyone else, Bird, I don't know if you're still in chat, I think I'll just put my Discord in chat right now. So if any of you guys want to just like message me on Discord or something like that, that would probably be the best way of doing that stuff. So we'll just do that instead. How do I do this? Oh, I have streamer mode enabled. Hold that thought. And I'm only doing this now because we have kind of a small group we're streaming still, so I'm not super worried about all this stuff being leaked. Plus, I don't have anything that's actually being leaked. I'm gonna give you guys this one because as I tell everyone that I talk to, I'm an old man when it comes to understanding Discord, so especially since they like change their names and stuff, so I'm like really dumb about that. But This is my Discord chat. If you want to message me about random stuff on occasion, that's fine. Just like I said, don't be offended if you try to start a conversation with me on Discord and I respond like twice and then just kind of stop responding. I don't have a lot of time to just have conversations. But if you do want to, like, once again, send me a picture of your base and like just like ask for suggestion and advice, I can kind of do that in a quick conversation. But yeah, no time for. It's kind of the same thing that I say about comments. It's like I could sit around all day and respond to them, but then that'd be my entire day. So that's why I usually don't respond to every comment, or at least not right away. I'll like find a time where I can respond to a burst of them, and then I move on. Oh well, it's not like a I was just talking about my like personal Discord. Like you could just send me a DM on. I don't have a Discord server or anything yet. Do you guys need like the little old name thing? Once again, I'm stupid when it comes to Discord, so like if I'm doing things wrong, let me know. Just yeah. We have talked about in the past, actually, funny enough, Atox is the one that's been asking about when I'm starting a Discord, or at least I specifically know you are one of the people. But I'm thinking that maybe once we're at 5K subscribers, because the main thing is just at the moment I just already don't have a lot of time to be on it, so I feel bad about starting a Discord server I'm not going to be active in. But I mean, maybe at 5K I can try to be a little bit more active and actually start a server for people to kind of do that stuff. But yeah, just at the moment I just don't have the time. But who knows, maybe by 5K subscribers maybe I can actually start focusing more on YouTube and stuff. Hey, well, that's awesome to hear. Is it Kiki? Hopefully I'm saying that right, Kiki. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just a matter of I just gotta find time. Plus, at the same time, like I said too, probably don't need a lot of moderators, but I also do need to find a few people that like I know can also be like consistent on the server and moderate. So that's another thing too. It's just making sure if I'm doing things, I want to make sure they're done right and not just kind of on a whim. And then next thing I know, I get some dickhead spamming racist stuff in my server, and then I gotta deal with it. So that's why. No, you're totally good, Bird. Don't even worry about lurking. Like I always say, never apologize about lurking. It's just, once again, like at least for like my side of things for context, it's just like if you're not chatting, I don't know if you're still in the like stream. So I'm like, I'll mention it if you're still here, and if not, hopefully you'll catch it later and I'll deal with it later. But yeah, that's why I ask. It's not like I'm like, oh, are you still here? You better be watching. It's like, yeah, I just generally don't know if you're around still. So I'm like, all right, am I saying this into the thin air, into the abyss, or am I actually saying this to someone? Oh, can I join? Oh, unfortunately, no. I read, once again, my illiterate butt not being able to read. You said, can I join? Or, well, you said, can I join, but you meant the world. Okay, long story short, unfortunately, no. I'm playing on just the solo world. We might have some dedicated servers and worlds in the future, but at the moment, I just do all solo play at the moment. So, I apologize, but unfortunately, you won't be able to. We just stick to our own thing. If you want me to be 100% honest with you, and this is like just going for all general chat, I don't know all you guys, and I don't want you coming on my world and destroying and disrupting my world and then ruining it all. No offense. I'm sure a lot of you will just come out, hang out, whatnot, but like I said, I don't know you. No offense. Like, you're just a bunch of names on screen. So until I actually start to get knowing, like, good example like Atox, we obviously still same concept, but I've at least had some conversations with you and whatnot, and like chat and whatnot. TLDR, if you're just a person coming in my stream asking to join my world, there's a giant chance it'll be always no, because I don't know who you are. I'm sure you wouldn't just want some random person joining on your world randomly. Just because I stream it doesn't mean I'm okay with it. No means no, chat. I don't know what that voice was, but yeah, that's my answer. Anyways, we're wrapping things up. Should I even grab a camera battery? I guess I will. We're gonna grab a camera battery. We're gonna finish up building, and then I'm gonna play some Rocket League. So we'll probably try streaming that. So if anyone wants to come and join and say hey out and just vibe more, definitely feel free to. If you can't make it or are busy or whatever, or just want to tune in for Palworld, also understandable. Either way, we're gonna quickly change camera batteries, like I said, like half an hour ago, and then we're gonna start kind of winding down so I can play some Rocket League. So that's what I'm saying. Like I said, it's not my fault you're an hour ahead of me. Like, I can't help it. Who are you people? Yeah, kind of, pretty much. That's why, like, I wouldn't mind a dedicated server, because I wouldn't care as much, because that's kind of the point of it. But at least on, like, a solo world, it's like, I let some person on that I don't trust 100%. Next thing I know, my entire base is destroyed because they're a dick and they're a modder or something and like ruin my world. So yeah, once again, it's not anything personal. Just yeah, don't want other people on my world. So we'll BRB chat. We'll quickly switch camera batteries and we'll wrap things up. BRB. Yeah, very facts. Literally, Drex. Ugh. We back. Hopefully my camera's working. Hi. Cat. But that's another reason why I didn't stream, because now my cat's at the point, like I've talked about for those who have tuned into streams. Guess who's watching the lizard again now that it's dark in here? Can you leave him alone for like one goddamn day? Please? I hate having to slap you away every 5 minutes because you're trying to get to him because he's just trying to live his little lizard life. Yeah, I'm touching your butt. Don't meow at me. You know you're doing wrong. I appreciate that, Atox. But as for your previous comment, I don't really know about multiplayer stuff as much. Once again, also for context, for those who are wondering what that last little bit was about, Drex was a person I used to play with, and actually this is just a little fun tangent, chat. Yeah, if it wasn't for that loser and his little goon squad kicking me out of their Discord server because they thought I was toxic, even though he was the one getting mad at literally every round of any competitive game ever and whining like a baby over it. If it wasn't for that guy, I wouldn't even be here making Palworld content, probably. At least not to this capacity, because I was playing pretty much video games every day with them, and then I stopped when they kicked me out, and then I started making Palworld content. So yeah, if anything, I'll even make a big screen, so if he ever comes to the stream and sees this one day. Drex, fuck you, buddy. Yeah, I am doing better without you, buddy, so you can stick with your little goons and getting butt hurt at Rainbow Six every round because you're not that good and you're never going to be as good as you think you are. But yeah, thanks, buddy. Doing great without you. Yeah, but yeah, TLDR chat, not to make it like a big petty party or anything, but like that's literally like why I started making Palworld. I was gonna make it anyways because I was already playing it a lot, but I probably would have made way less content than what I am, just because I probably would have been playing video games and not really making content. But yeah, I wonder if Matthew's gonna come back anytime soon. For those who aren't aware, Matthew's another guy who got upset with us yesterday because we were just sitting and chatting. He was like, how can anybody watch this guy? He's just sitting here doing nothing. It's called talking to chat. Long story short, like I always say, chat, I try not to be a mean person. I'm a very blunt person. I will never deny that. I do say a lot of things, and I also do have my moments of getting upset. But at the same time, I'm not looking to start big beefs and BS with everyone. But yeah, it's just like when you're a big baby like that, when it's like you get mad at everything, and then I get mad once. Not even like, oh, there goes camera. Love it. Loving it. But yeah, it's just like, I play video games to have fun. I don't play them. There we go. Ooh, my mic may work. Let's see. Can I move this slowly, not mess up my camera? Cool. But yeah, it's just like, I play video games to have fun. It gets annoying to hear people whine and complain all the time. It's one of the reasons why I kind of like stopped playing a lot of competitive games, at least seriously. It was just annoying. People get mad at each other. People get pissed, and it's just not a fun. Like I said, I play video games to have fun, not to just come on after a stressful day of work just to get pissed off. But oh, Matthew would have just tuned out 2 minutes into the stream. I don't care. We've been talking all stream. This has been a very unproductive stream in terms of actual Palworld content, chat. That's okay. I don't mind that. We tried. We did things. Stuff has happened. Just not at the speeds that I'd like. Well, not that I'd like, but that I probably would have anticipated if I was just like building compared to like on my own. Once again, a lot easier when you're not like stopping every minute to go look and use your old man eyes and be like, what's this, Annie? Oh, you like the videos, thank you. I kind of like this too, actually, with this light right. I think what we'll do instead of building in here, because this is definitely going to be a like come back and think about thing, let's build our little staircase up to the roof, and that's how we'll end it. Because that's the problem. Like I say, like I can think of like be creative in like so many ways, but then some stuff I literally just got to come back and like be like, how do I actually want this to go? So what I think we'll do, we want the like Japanese style, or do we want the metal floors? I think we'll build metal for now, and we can always replace it later. Do we want it wrapping around this way, chat, or do we want them to like kind of connect together? So it's, I think gonna be enough room. I'm kind of like even eyeballing this. I'm gonna do what I wanted to do. Or not. So we might have to wrap it around the outside, or else this just isn't gonna work. Unless we literally make a staircase inward one, which I don't think will look good in any capacity. So I think we are gonna go that way and wrap around the other way, because I think that's just gonna work better. Once again, chat, for those who are building bases, get triple boots and possibly the gravity belt as well. Like, it is just makes building a bajillion times easier. Alright, so let's try this. Then we go something like that. Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta do that. Can I maybe cling it to that? Let's go. There we go. See, and then we got a little staircase to the roof, chat. And then we'll have an opposite one. It is a tiny bit out of the circle, unfortunately. It didn't, let's see, this didn't say it was like outside, because I'm trying to keep this like in a way that people, so technically it's not giving me the thing saying it's built outside, so I think it's okay. I think it's just if it's more than 50% of it, or like the main like center point of it is. So not a huge fan that it's slightly out of the edge, but I'll take just that little bit compared to like the actual majority of the base out of the circle. So let's just build this staircase. That's not where I wanted that. think this is fine with just the one block. I mean, I'll be honest, pals aren't really going to be coming up here anyways, so I'm not worried about like pathing or anything like that. So since that's center, I'm kind of thinking maybe from like here, kind of make a little power station and just replace this with metal or something. Because I don't know how about having clear floors for like the power station. That's kind of like my main thought about it right now. And maybe we can like just destroy one of these rings around this to make it just metal or something, just to kind of change it from just a pure glass top. Change it up a little bit from our other bases. So let's build this. We'll just figure out where this is going for now, and then we'll kind of end things. How big is this? Because I might need to make this one bigger. So that takes up a little bit more. So it's like 1¼ long. So this might not be a bad. Definitely want to have this up here for that satellite dish look. Just about if I want to actually have some sort of structure. Man, like once again, this is where I wish we had like angles, like angled roofs and stuff that we could build for corners. I don't know how I want to do this right now. I'm trying something. It might not look good. We might scrap it. Just trying to not make everything a freaking cube, man. You know what? I got an idea. It's kind of in the middle. All right, hear me out, chat. We won't need this many of these, but we're gonna build more than one. All right. I'm being stupid. What if I just have like 2 of them? See, I'd love to use like that end of that blue line as like an indicator as like the middle of the item, but it really never actually seems like it's the middle of the item. Also, I can always put something else in place of these. I'm just kind of throwing these here as just placement. just to kind of see how things are looking. I send you a friend request, the one with the cat PF. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was something else I was gonna mention. If you do plan on, like, I don't really care about people like adding me and stuff. I guess at the least I ask is, if you're gonna message me, please tell me who you are, like what your YouTube account name is, so I'm like know who's messaging me. Because if you just send me a message saying hi, I'm not gonna add you or respond. Like, I need, unless your name is literally the same as on YouTube, like, I'm not gonna spend the time and hunt down whose account is what. Like, you just gotta tell me. But thank you for letting me know, Atox. Okay, cool. Yeah, once again, I don't know about how many like full-on like conversations I'll have with you guys, especially as like the channel grows and everything. The more people are at it, it's just not possible to keep up with everyone. But yeah, if you got just random stuff on occasion, you'll message, and that's why once again we'll have Discord, or like the actual server I'll make in the future as well. But yeah, we'll figure stuff out. But hopefully that'll make things a little easier for those who do want to send me a couple things. I think that looks pretty all right. It's not anything amazing. Once again, maybe take out a couple of these, put some other things, but I think for a little like power station on top, and then if I really wanted to, I could make what's it called in here? I could make the generators, and maybe the accumulators can go up here instead of being down below. That's what I was saying. I only hop on Discord once a week for my weekly One Piece, and it's not even weekly anymore half the time. So, yeah, it could be like 2 or 3, especially if they go on a hiatus. Boy, I ain't being on Discord for a month. But, yeah, other than that, I think this is a pretty good spot to kind of end things for the evening. Also, with it being 7:30. Sorry, MacGyver. 7, that was a funny joke. You know me, I'm bad at that. We're gonna end things here though, chat. We'll kind of just walk through the base just to kind of eyeball what we did. So we got built this, got legendary serenity. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, like sometimes it's a pain to get like the combinations of skills you want. Like I said, with Splatterina, there wasn't anything like crazy about it. It just took me forever to get one with like the passive skills I wanted. Oh, we'll put doors in here just to top it off and finish it off. So, we built our stairs to the top, chat. Look at us go. We built our little house. Nothing super crazy, but I definitely will kind of go over stuff in that video once I decorate and everything. We figured out the stacking bed thanks to Bird. Just because I kept on hearing people talk about it, I just didn't know what they meant. Now I do. I just assumed it was like Minecraft logic and it exploded if you deleted whatever. Pretty much every other like building structure in this game, so it's good to know that stuff like that does work. But we did get some stuff done. We got all of this built, so we actually got some places for pals to hang out and build and mine all that stuff. And some places, some high quality hot springs as well. That was the main thing. I just want to figure out where I was putting a couple of those. Don't need a crazy amount, but at least some. So happy we did that. Other than that, I think that's pretty much all we did. Once again, not a super crazy productive stream, chat. I apologize about that. That's a lot on me, just kind of being slow at reading chat. But we're getting there. It's a long process. It'll never be a short one. By the way, I never mentioned this. I did put flower beds and little things in the front just to make it a little bit nicer. Smile. Welcome, Christian. Or Garcia. I don't know what you prefer. But, what you mean by One Piece? I keep up with the manga, which is like just like the written version, or like the illustrated version, not like the show. The One Piece anime is on break right now, but essentially what I do is on Discord, they like, I'm just in the One Piece Discord server, and they announce whenever the new chapter comes out, which is like 15 pages or whatever, like 15 to 20 pages, depending on like the manga or whatever. No, don't you dare do that. Don't you dare laser my base. But, Yeah, that's essentially what I mean by that. I just am in the One Piece server, and I just keep up when the newest chapters come out. So that's all that is. Hello, Henry. Guys, Henry's here. I just have to crossbreed one more time to get Demon God on Gildan. Hey, well, best of luck with that Atox. I know that stuff can definitely be a pain sometimes, but yeah, all I can recommend is just keep trying to filter out any passive skills that you don't want on. So if you can get just like a clean like Demon God on a pal, like just swap that out. Don't try to have as little extra pals being added into the mix as possible. I see. Have you tried the card game? I've seen the card game. I think my main thing is that I'm just not a huge card game guy. I think the art, especially now that they're actually doing like custom art, not just screenshots from the anime, I think that's really cool. Just like Pokemon cards, I just like art and stuff. I think that's really cool. But I've not like full on like played the game. I have heard it's very good though. I would just actually, if I ever got into it, I'd actually have to like learn like how to play. But haven't gotten into the card game too much. Just mainly a big manga guy, and then I'll keep up with like YouTubers that talk about One Piece. Must be the lucky charm by watching your stream. Hey, there you go. Oh, it's just got one with Vampiric too. So there you go. Hey, we're the lucky charm, Atox. Glad, even if I'm not actually doing anything, I'm glad my aura is helping. Chromis. Best chance to get Demon God. You get that in the guild name Breeding Matrix. Yeah, it's tough. That's why I always tell people Yukumo's comes in clutch, especially for like pals like Necromus and stuff, where it's like the only way to really get it is by finding the pal in the wild. You can't just like breed it onto with a breeding combination. So, but yeah, that would be a good way of doing it. Totally understand. Some people collect and some play or both. And yes, yeah, it's just like I think that's what kind of drew me away, like really turned me off from it initially. It's just the, like I said, the screenshots from the anime. It's like, let's be honest, the anime quality isn't like, now it's pretty good, but like the anime for One Piece has never been super amazing or anything. So it's just like, yeah. Now that they're actually doing some cool custom art, now it's something I'm more interested in. But any who diddle chat, well, my guy just clings to the glass. I think we're gonna end things here so I can go play Rocket League. Also, you know, take care of the animals. That's also a little important. Kind of got to do that. But yeah, thank you all so much for tuning into the stream. It's been really fun. Once again, as usual, like I always say, it's just fun to talk with all you guys. I don't really get many opportunities to do that besides in the comment section, which I suck at doing already. So it is nice to actually sit down and talk with you guys and kind of just have a general conversation and just have a good time, you know. Nothing crazy. It's like, in all reality, like if I want to get something done in a stream, once again, I will literally just ignore chat. So yeah, but hey, I know Atox, I know you came in pretty late, but at the same time, like I said, we'll figure out a time that'll work. Maybe like I can figure out a stream schedule where like I kind of flip-flop between day and night streams. We'll see. Maybe that'll work out a bit better, but yeah, we'll figure out something. Like I always say, once streaming becomes more and like content creation becomes like an actual job or closer to a career, and I can actually start focusing and putting more time into that, that'll definitely make like having a consistent schedule better, because at the moment I just kind of am winging everything. So, but thank you guys, I appreciate it. I appreciate all the love in the chat. But yeah, like I said though, thank you everyone who is coming to the chat. Thank you everyone who's coming to view. I appreciate it very, very much. As usual, if you haven't liked the stream and you liked it, or yeah, enjoyed it, make sure to leave a like. Helps out a ton. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to subscribe. Helps out the channel a ton. Finally, enjoyed any of the music during the video or stream or whatever this is. What are we doing again?
all part of the DMCA free music label Speakerhead Studios, completely DMCA free music. If you do ever have issues with it, I put my business email in my YouTube thing, so if you do have any issues, feel free to shoot me an email and I can help you with that. Hopefully you won't, but I always like to put that out there because at the end of the day, it's like I can't control if YouTube will take it off or like copyright claim you randomly. Like if you have issues where it like thinks it's a song that's someone else's, yeah, we'll figure it out. But other than that, it's gonna be it for me, at least for this stream. Like I said, we might be hopping on a quick stream for some Rocket League in a bit. Other than that, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it, and I will catch everyone in the next one. Bye, everybody. I gotta click my button, so I'm gonna wave awkwardly for a few seconds, but bye.